Dear God, today as this session opens, we pray that your presence will be before us and everyone who serves in the decision-making process of our city. We pray for direction which will lead our city to be strong and unified. May we continue the legacy of our founders. May we be granted this day the wisdom to make decisions which will be for the good of our city. We also pray for your special blessing on all those who are working to transform our city and make it a better place to live and work. Amen. If you please honor our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Council Laurie.
Here.
Council Martin.
Here.
Council Madonza.
Here.
Council Mercia.
Here.
Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Council Nguyen.
Here.
Council Elliott. Here. Council Kennedy.
Here.
Council Leahy.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. I recognize Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer a moment of silence in darkened chamber for Doug Anderson, the former principal of the Hellenic American Academy, who worked tirelessly on the committee to create 2 additional classrooms that would allow students to graduate from the 8th grade. And for the first time in Lowell history, there were students who graduated from the 8th grade in June of this year. Mr. Anderson loved this city as well as its history, and many times throughout the years, he had accompanied students to tour City Hall and learn all they could about the government, the history, and its people. Mr. Anderson was a lifelong educator, athletic coach, and high school umpire and referee. Doug touched the lives of scores of children as a teacher and administrator in local area elementary schools for over 40 years. He is survived by his wife, Donna Anderson, his son, Brian, and his daughter, Kerry, and his 4 loving granddaughters, Molly, Megan, Emma, and Abby. We offer our condolences to his family, relatives, students, and his many friends. He will be truly missed. Thank you.
Thank you. You'd please rise in a moment of silence. Excuse me.
I'm
Councilor
sorry.
Leahy.
I just wanted to offer a moment of silence for Bill Merritt, a member of a prominent family of Lowell. And Bill was volunteered many hours to many charitable organizations in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. If you please rise in a moment of silence in darkened chambers. First on the agenda, we have Mayor's Business Communication Subcommittee Assignment Updates. There are no, if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to accept and place on file by Councilman Donson, seconded by Councilor Noon. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Next communication.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Councilor Mercia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On your subcommittee assignments, I just want to say that I wasn't sure because I just got 1 page in the packet, but seeing here, it's been corrected, so I wanted to thank you. It's more understandable when you get 3 pages instead of just 1, so
I
that's a good thing.
apologize for the
Thank
confusion
you.
there in compiling the packet.
That's okay.
The next communication is a quarterly report regarding vacation sick time for the city manager, clerk, and auditor. If there's no discussion there, I'd entertain a motion to accept and place on file by Councilor Noon, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Next communication, a report and recommendation regarding the Sister Cities Task Force regarding the Sao Domingos proposal, Cape Verde proposal. Entertain a motion to refer to the city solicitor to draft a resolution.
So moved.
So moved by Councilor Mercia, seconded by Councilor Laurie. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Finally, a communication on Sustainability Week. We've had a number of events over the weekend to commemorate the first annual Sustainability Week last year, but we did have a number of good events over the weekend. We do have a number of events coming up for this week. A number of things, including the Harvest Festival this Saturday at Rotary Park, or Hudson Field, as others know it. On Saturday also, there'll be a public silent auction of recycled artwork. And on Friday morning, we'll have the groundbreaking of the solar installation, all in a move to continue our work towards a more sustainable city. Are there any questions on Sustainability Week? I'll entertain them now. Otherwise, motion to accept and place on file by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next on the city clerk's portion of the agenda, we have minutes of the city council meeting September 11th for acceptance. Motion by Councilor Laurie to accept and place on file, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Under unfinished business, we have the order of taking and acceptance of Elliott Drive and Knob Way. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. In City Council, order of taking and acceptance of Elliott Drive and Knob Way to take by eminent domain and fee certain parcels of land in the city of Lowell for municipal purposes, to wit, the layout and acceptance of Elliott Drive and Knob Way and other municipal purposes associated therewith. Unless there's any discussion, this is remained in the clerk's office for 7 days, and so we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilor Laurie.
Yes.
Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Mendonça.
Yes.
Councilor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
And next we have the city manager's portion of the agenda, communications from city manager, responses to city council motions and requests. Any discussion? Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. Mr. Manager, in your communications that were in the packet this past Friday, there were two things, and they came up during the subcommittee meeting. And one was that the RFP was supposed to go out for the parking. Did that happen today?
It has gone out. We've actually brought that with me. We've received five people have pulled the RFP at this point. And I believe we have a similar number that have pulled the security.
Is the incumbent one of the five?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you anticipate that the process will take?
Do you know what the date is on that? Mike, do you know what the date is on that?
We expect the RFPs to be in by mid to late October. We'll review them, make a decision, hopefully by the end of October. That's what we're planning on doing, is the end of October. Start working on the contract at the beginning of November, first couple of weeks. Hopefully have that all squared away by Thanksgiving. That way we'll give the company an opportunity to develop a transition plan to start on January 1st.
The proposal is due on the 23rd of October. It gives people 30 days to get the proposals.
All right, so you think that we'll have somebody by, when did you say, early November?
January 1st.
We'll have a decision made by the end of October, and then we'll start working on the contract with them the first couple of weeks in November.
And on the resumes for parking director,
We interviewed a number of people last week. We hope to make a decision on that within the next week to 10 days.
okay. How many resumes came in?
Do you happen to know that, Mike? I think about 8.
Yeah,
We
8
have
to 10.
And we have a couple of internal candidates we're talking to as well.
So-
Not Mr. Herbert, though.
Sorry.
So there's 10?
Right.
Okay, and when should that process be completed?
I think I just said about a week to 10 days.
Okay, for the whole thing.
Right.
So did it close out today?
The
Did you have to have a
Resumes?
resume in today?
No, actually, they were due at the end of
I
last
believe last week,
week.
yes.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it said the 25th, and,
No, that was the RFP. Went out today, but the resumes were due for the parking director about a week and a half ago.
okay. Okay, so that's how that is. So the parking director then will be involved in, somewhat in choosing the private
Probably,
contractor?
probably some part of the process, but really not the choosing. We hope to have, we're looking at maybe having someone on a week to 10 days, making the choice. They probably wouldn't be on for 2 or 3 weeks after that, because they'd have to close out their other employment.
Okay.
And then they'll come on just as we're making the choice.
Okay, well, prior, you weren't here, but prior to this meeting, we had a subcommittee meeting with the city auditor, and part of that meeting were recommendations that she made relative to the parking department. And so, but what occurred to the subcommittee is that stuff kind of has to wait, because we have the RFP out, we're getting a new director and so forth. So, so all of that kind of has to happen in the next 2 or 3 months, right?
Right, right. And perhaps the auditor can communicate with me on what those recommendations
I
are.
believe that is what the subcommittee asked for, so that's gonna happen.
I'll wait for her communication.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of the reports came in on motions I submitted. Probably the most important one was on the splash pads around the various parks in the city. And I want to thank Tom Belgard and his staff for the reports that came back. They were quite extensive, right down to the penny of what we'd probably need to invest. To me, it's a quality of life issue. Well, I know Mr. Moses probably, but it comes down to a quality of life issue. And I was happy to see that O'Donnell's and Mulligan Park at Avenue C could possibly be converted to splash pads. It was interesting to see that the O'Donnell's Park, if it was converted, would probably rival Shed Park in use. And we do have the schools there, the gyms, and at the same time, they would be redoing the tennis courts and the basketball courts. So O'Donnell's would be completely refurnished, and that would be good really for the south end, the flats, and the Grove. Avenue C is good for the Highlands. Unfortunately, 2 park sites submitted. Clemente and Wang do not have the land to put the splash. Well, I won't stop looking. I'd like to see really something in every part of the city as part of the capital plan. So I'll continue looking, but I wanted to thank Mr. Belgard and the staff for that report. The other part with Mulligan Park down on Avenue C, there's a piece of land farther down at the end of the street, and I'd proposed putting a dog park down there. So when I saw the plans, it wasn't just a splash pad at Avenue C, it was a new basketball court being converted, the splash pad, a new playground, or some facilities, parking for off-street parking, and the dog park. So again, I want to thank them for that. And finally, I did put in a motion to name the fountain at Fort Hill Park for Annie Kavanaugh. I think there's a meeting tomorrow night with Parks and Recreation. I do have a meeting at another location, but hopefully I'll be there to at least speak if needed for that. And I wanted to thank everyone for these reports.
Thank you. City Manager?
Just to Mr. Mayor, just a comment on Councilor Laurie's comments regarding the Mulligan Park. That's been one that we've been working with the Housing Authority for some time about trying to make some improvements down in that area, because it's adjacent to one of the Housing Authority projects and developments, and that's one that it does serve the Lower Highlands area as well as a little bit beyond. So we think there's some real potential for that one as well. And the O'Donnell is one that it's a sizable amount of money that would need to be invested there. But these are all improvements that we're looking to make across the city in all of our parks, and we're doing quite a bit. We're doing some improvements up in several of the parks up in the Highlands area with an earmark that Representative Murphy was successful in securing for us, as well as some other improvements in the acre as part of our initiative effort. So we continue to make those.
I didn't mention that, and I know the administration is working with the state reps. Kevin Murphy, our state rep Murphy, brought in, I think, $250,000.
Right.
So you're probably going to see extensive work behind the Daily School.
Correct.
The basketball courts, Hadley Field, I think maybe behind the Bartlett School.
Correct.
And I know Representative
Golden brought in 250. I think you'll see that along the river. And I think it was Representative Nagel brought in a lot of money, about 450,000 along the Concord, I think, last year. But the money's going to recreation.
Yeah, we continue
and,
to work with the delegation to secure those funds and whatever we can and put those towards our park projects.
Besides our own investment, what the delegation's bringing in, it is important for the city. Yeah.
Thank you. Any, Councilor Elliott?
Thank you. I wanted to just ask a couple of questions following up from Council Kennedy on the RFP. How long was the previous contract, Mr. Manager, with the central parking, or whatever it's called now?
Mr. Herbert?
The current contract we're operating under, it was for 3 years.
It was for 3 years. Was that an extension on an existing contract? How long have we had?
No, I think that was a renewed contract with a new contract that was put in place 3 years ago.
Right. We still went through the RFP process 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah.
And the same company was hired?
Yes.
How long have they been with the city, the same company?
I want to say in its various incarnations since 1998, I believe.
I guess my question is, we knew this was coming up. Why the extension? Why didn't we go out to send this RFP out sooner? I mean, this issue came out in the summer, and is it because it's drastically, this RFP is drastically changed from the previous one that we sent out?
I think we discussed this at the last meeting, and I think one of the meetings before that as well, that we were looking to give us a little bit more time on this one to go through it and identify any weaknesses or any areas that we felt would be better suited given the issues that we saw as we analyzed the parking department, and that was the reason for that.
And what are those? What has changed?
Mr. Herbert?
Well, the RFP we issued is dramatically different than the ones that have been issued before, with a tighter scope of work. We wanted to give, we almost did it as an invitation to bid, but we kind of thought that we would give proposers an opportunity to develop their own proposals that could essentially save the city money in the long term. So we added that as an element, and so made it an RFP.
And I'm just asking these questions because we haven't seen the RFP.
We'll be happy to make a copy of the RFP available
Okay.
to the council.
Okay, those are my primary concerns, and so we've extended I asked the auditor earlier, we've extended the contract for how long? 3 months?
Yes.
With the existing company? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the communications? Councilor Elliott?
It's a communication from the city manager, or actually, you had mentioned it earlier, on Amoresco. I know it was several meetings ago, Mr. Manager, I asked for a copy of the RFP, and I haven't seen it yet, so I still would like to see that. And can you tell me how long, did you sign a contract with Amoresco for this? I'm presuming it's a 20-year payout, so you have to sign some contract.
That's
How
correct.
long was that?
Do you have that, the contract with Amoresco? 20 year.
20 years? Doesn't that have to come before the council? Anything over
It
5
did-
years?
It did come before the council, and the loan order that approved all of that was all included. It included the provision of executing the necessary agreements to carry out the ESCO project that's allowed under the Massachusetts statutes.
So we didn't bid this out separately as a separate project, a solar project?
The renewable energy component was included within, and I believe we made that very clear in the presentation to the council back in 2009 and 2010, that we were including renewable energy within that. Number of sites were seen as possible locations, and others were to be reviewed.
Well, I don't think it was very clear, because I certainly paid attention, and if it was included in that proposal, understandably so, but I would like to see that RFP, because I believe, and I don't know what the terms of it were, but, and I would like to see the contract as well, to see exactly
Sure.
what this is about. I think it's a good thing. I would just like to know exactly how the city is benefiting, that's all. And, I mean, I think all of us have had, people contact us about this. I certainly know I have, and I haven't done anything. I refer them to the city, but considering the interest in solar field and all of the renewable energy credits out there, it's very attractive to developers. So if I could get that, I know I did ask for the RFP once, and I still would like to see that, Mr. Manager.
Councilor Kennedy?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the mayor, there is no RFP, is there?
The ESCO project going back, back in 2008, 2009?
There was an RFP?
Yes.
I spoke with Mr. Moses earlier today, and he told me
Right.
that there was no RFP
And
process.
he followed up with an email to you, Council, in which he advised you that
When did that
wasn't
email
clear.
come? I'm sorry? Okay. I didn't see the email. So you were just, the information that you gave me, Mr. Moses, was just wrong, or is,
I think I indicated in the phone call with you that, it's a long time ago and a big RFP, and I needed to check, and I did check, and I got back to you.
no, you didn't say that. Because in the phone conversation, as I remember it, I asked you if there was an RFP, and you said, no, we didn't do an RFP, we just negotiated with them, and that was it. And so I said, so there was no RFP, and you said, no, there was no RFP.
Our conversation, I think, was a separate RFP for the solar component, and I said, no, there wasn't. What I went back and confirmed was the original RFP, the original proposals had solar components in them.
Okay. So there is an RFP? Okay.
Right, that led to the choosing of Amoresco over, I believe it was 5 other bidders or proposals that we reviewed, and that resulted in not only this solar installation, but all this other solar installations on the municipal buildings that we've put in place.
Okay. Just in the future, if I call up the manager's office and ask for information, I would prefer if you just tell me that you don't know and you have to get back to me rather than just giving me an answer that's wrong.
We will do that.
Councilor Elliott?
Yeah, just follow up. Don't you think it would have been more beneficial, Mr. Manager, to just bid this particular project in itself? I mean, this is a huge project, and I'm sure we would have got multiple bidders to come in and give the city a good deal.
Well, Council, I think we are getting a very good deal from this agreement. And it's not unlike not unlike the deals that other communities have struck with people to put on these facilities. They're putting in a solar array up there that's going to produce quite a bit of electricity that will be sold to us at a reduced rate. And then when the 20 years is over, we take possession of all of the solar farm that's there. And they're responsible for all the maintenance during that period of time and providing it to us at a substantially lower cost.
Well, see, none of us know any of that, or I don't anyway. I won't speak for my colleagues. So that would, considering the nature of the project, that would be helpful to know up front. I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but I know that in 20 years, considering the way technology is changing, this stuff's going to be obsolete.
Yeah.
When you say we're going to own it after 20 years, I mean, we're going to own stuff that is, I mean, hopefully it'll last 20 years, presumably it will, but, the technology is going to change so much that it'll be almost, it won't be very useful to us. So,
I anticipate.
it's a little frustrating knowing there's going to be a press conference. People say, what's going on? I said, I don't know. I asked for an RFP, we asked for information, we get a nice flyer about a press conference, but it'd be good for us to know so we can let our constituents that call us, how much are we going to save, or are we going to save? Is the city getting any money? We get a reduced rate, that's fine, but it's important to know, is it costing the city anything? I'm going to presume no, because there are so many, renewable energy credits out there that, that this company is getting. So those are my concerns.
Yeah, if I may, Counselor, Mr. Mayor, the city is not putting anything into this. What's troubling is that there have been numerous communications to the council on this issue. As recently as this past, I think it was June or July, Councilor, you filed a motion that I believe we responded to, which detailed out what we'd sent to the council on numerous occasions before. Councilor Mercy has asked. We've made responses that Amoresco is doing this project up there because it was a priority of the council and the administration that we put renewable energy up at that site. We've had numerous correspondence and information put out there, and here we are a couple of days away from very good news for the city of Lowell, that the city is going to be, with all of our solar array on all of our buildings, and at this facility, we're going to be producing a very large chunk of the state's goal for renewable energy, solar renewable energy, and you know, there's an effort to sort of cast a cloud on that, when this is good news for the taxpayers of the city of Lowell, good news for the city as a whole, and really is a part of our commitment. You know, this Amoresco project, I know you've never been a fan of this Amoresco project, but this Amoresco project has received national recognition, is really a model for what communities should be doing to save on their energy costs. It saves us $1.5 million a year in costs, and these are the types of things that the taxpayers of the city want to see us do. And you know, but I for some unknown reason, you can't seem to accept that.
Councilor Elliott.
Mr. Manager, I think you're taking this way too personal. There's no dark cloud. I'm going to sit there and ask questions because I want to make sure that the people of the city who put me here get the best deal. I'm not going to sit here blind, and I just asked questions. I didn't make any allegations. I asked for information, and I don't get it. And so when I don't get the RFP, then it's a little frustrating. I'm not casting any cloud, but 2 days before, I mean, you scheduled this, and I have asked for it before. I asked for, I think it was 6 weeks ago. Maybe it was longer. So,
was that in the
you
form
know, I
of a
just think you
motion,
just have
Counselor?
to, I just think you have to accept that I'm going to ask questions, and if you don't like it, then that's unfortunate. But there's no cloud. I think we deserve answers. I think we should be able to explain to the people that ask us questions, you know, what is this, how is the city going to benefit other than we're going to get a reduced rate? I think it's great. I pushed for this thing years ago because this is where the money is. This is where the renewable energy credits are. This is where developers can install projects to save community money, be part of renewable energy, and it's all a good thing. So I think you're taking it too personal, and if I had the information, then I wouldn't have to ask the questions. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
I'll drop it after this, Council, but I'm not taking it personally. I'm more than happy to answer questions for any one of the councilors here or anyone that asks questions of the city administration. I think we have a track record of doing that, and I'm very proud of that. And we'll get you that information. I do not recall you asking for the RFP. I think we've given you the RFP in the past. We've given you copies of the contract in the past, and we'll give it to you again. There's not a problem with that.
Any further discussion under the manager's communications? Motion to accept and place on file by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilor Lowry. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. We're just at 7 o'clock, so we'll move into the public hearing portion of the agenda. First public hearing, an ordinance to amend the zoning by extending the existing urban mixed-use zoning district to include 251 Mount Vernon Street, 231 Mount Vernon Street, 225 Mount Vernon Street, 294 School Street, 290 School Street, 286 School Street, and 590 Broadway Street, and 540 Broadway Street. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Mercy, is seconded by Councilor Noon. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Reading by title. In City Council Ordinance, an ordinance amending the Code of the City of Lowell, Massachusetts with respect to Chapter 290 thereof entitled Zoning by extending existing urban mixed-use zoning district to include 251 Mount Vernon Street, 231 Mount Vernon Street, 225 Mount Vernon Street, 294 School Street, 290 School Street, 286 School Street, 590 Broadway, 540 Broadway Street, all city-owned property located in the acre plan in the city of Lowell. At this point, I'd open it up for those wishing to speak in favor. In favor? In favor. Seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. I'd open it up for those wishing to speak in opposition. In opposition? In opposition, seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Councilor Mercia, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Any discussion? Councilor Mendonça.
Just a quick question. Most of this property is actually the Stock Closest School, I believe. There's only one building on there that I hope somebody will utilize. So is this to facilitate the use of that building on Mount Vernon?
Mr. Bakey?
Yes, good evening, Councilor. That's exactly correct. As part of the furtherance of the acre plan, the city has a party that will be moving into that building, but the use that they are proposing, which is a recording studio type of use, requires this zoning amendment. That parcel could not be rezoned by itself because that would be spot zoning. By bringing the existing urban mixed-use district across to that parcel, you need to take in the Stocklosa School properties as well. Given that I think we all anticipate the Stocklosa School will be there for the foreseeable future, it really doesn't have a significant impact on those properties, but it is necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Laurie.
Yes.
Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Mendonça.
Yes.
Councilor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have an ordinance to amend the zoning at 390 Pawtucket Street to extend the TMU zone. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title. In City Council ordinance, an ordinance amending the code of the City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 290 thereof entitled Zoning by extending existing traditional mixed-use zoning district to include the area of 390 Pawtucket Street in Lowell. At this point, I'd open it up for those wishing to speak in favor. If you just please state your name and address for the record.
Mayor Murphy and city councilors, my name is Rachel Edlund, 390 Pawtucket Street, the property in question. I am here with my husband Gregory, also the same address. 11 years ago, we carefully selected Lowell as the place where we wanted to relocate and raise our children. As an architect interested in historical buildings, we were delighted to purchase a beautiful home in a historic district. The house, when we purchased it, was a 3-family residence. And it was a non-conforming use at that time because it was in the traditional single-family zoning district. We lived in the house as a single-family residence. And when we did some updating and work in the house that was permitted, the house reverted back to conforming use. So it became a single-family home within a traditional single-family neighborhood. Now the kids are grown and gone, and we are sitting in a house that's between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet, which is too big for us. We want to move downtown to another property here in Lowell and are looking to market the home. Everyone that has looked at the property has expressed an interest in recapturing the multi-family use of the house because of its size, the way the utilities are set up in the house. There's a second kitchen, for example, that is still there. So our immediate neighborhood is also filled with multi-family houses, even though they are non-conforming use in that district. So we don't think that that is out of appropriateness with the neighborhood. We are also adjacent to mixed-use properties such as the Pawtucket Pharmacy, which is right next door to us. The former Red Cross building is across the street from us. So that is our neighborhood, and we are, our property does abut existing mixed-use, traditional neighborhood mixed-use properties. Personally, we believe that the multifamily use of the property is probably its highest and best use of the property. We went before the planning board and they agreed with that opinion, but after seeking an opinion from the city solicitor regarding which zoning classification should be extended to include our property, the recommendation was to extend the adjacent traditional neighborhood mixed use rather than going to a multifamily use zoning. So Gregory and I are encouraging your approval of this zoning change petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? In favor? Seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? Seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Councilor Kennedy, second by Councilor Mercia. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Council Lowry.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nuam.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have an ordinance amend the zoning for Westview Road. Motion to waive the full reading by Council Lowry, second by Council Mendonça. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council ordinance. An ordinance amending Code of the City of Lowell, Massachusetts with respect to Chapter 290 thereof entitled Zoning by extending the suburban single-family zoning district to include the entirety of 219 Westview Road in Lowell, a portion of which is presently zoned light industrial. At this point, I'd open it up for those wishing to speak in favor, and I'd also ask, given the number of potential speakers, to please limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, City Manager Lynch, members of the City Council, my name is Gregory Curtis. I'm an attorney, 144 Merrimack Street in Lowell. Before you tonight, representing my client, Daily Realty Trust 1, David Daly. And before you is a proposal to amend a zoning area that has been essentially unchanged for the past 40 years. The area in question is a 17-acre parcel that is located off of Westview Road and adjacent to the Mount Pleasant Golf Course. This property has been basically part of the zoning ordinance that went into effect in 1966. Unfortunately, at that time, it was split. The lot is 17 acres, 10 acres being LI, light industrial, at this time, and the remaining 7 or so acres have always been single family. The property abuts a single family zone. The entire area of the Highlands section is all single family in that area. I did make, it may be a little bit helpful, I have some copies of what is the zoning map, just to show a locus. It's a small snapshot of the zoning in that area from the 2004 zoning map. The area in question, a little hard to see, but is that small cross-hatched red area. That is the area we're looking to rezone. That is a portion of an LI zone that currently is located directly behind 4 or 5 homes at the end of Westview Road, and also next to what is the Middlesex Canal. So basically, the old Middlesex Canal and the waterway is basically the boundary line that separates that parcel from other industrial land, which is located off of Old Canal Drive. Just a little bit of history on this property. Again, it's been a registered land parcel since 1967 or 66, meaning the land court has gone out there and devised a plan with boundaries, so it's very accurate as to what parcel of land we're talking about. There is a 45-foot right-of-way that was shown on that land court plan. There is a little bit of information on that may need to be gathered, whether or not that right-of-way would ever be used. If not, it normally would go to the abutters, in this case, a portion of it to the Mount Pleasant golf course and the other portion to the Van Greenbees, who are currently the owners of the 17 acres. Why it was zoned that way at that time, I don't know. They were looking, my thought, to have an industrial zone, and at the time, they developed a large area of land which abutted the new Route 3 at the time and encompassed a large area all the way out to Stedman Street, including the landfill. Over the course of the last 30 or 40 years, there was an industrial park put in that is on Old Canal Drive. That property is all industrial. It comes off of Stedman Street, and it runs down to what are two large warehouse buildings, one being F.W. Webb and another one being a construction company that's owned by F.W. Webb. The buildings at 174 and 180 Old Canal Drive. We looked into possibility of accessing the LI zone through that land. We were told by the F.W. Webb people that they have no interest in any type of access, and I think wetlands engineer, the engineer can explain that there's a large wet area. There's a lot of this land, 17 acres, is unusable. It's wet. It's not going to be developed. We're looking to basically rezone that LI zone, the 10 acres, so that we possibly would be able to put in single-family homes. It makes no sense to leave this parcel as LI. You'll hear tonight, people will say that, well, they can access the LI zone, we should use this for LI, and the master plan talks about not depleting the LI zone, but if this property was to be used for LI, it would have been used a long time ago. The last development on Old Canal Way was done in 1989. That was the last parcel, and there's no other land. There's a lot of land down there, but there's no possibility to use any of that because most of it is wet and there's no accessibility. Back in 2004, when the master plan was put forth for the DPT, there was a recommendation to remove a portion of the industrial land that was on the other side of Route 3. The reason for that was it basically wasn't accessible from Lowell. It was accessible only from Chelmsford. It had no real use as an industrial parcel, even though it was zoned industrial from back in the 1966 zoning. That property was since rezoned, and I think they built about 7 or 8 homes over there. Dover Mule, I'm not sure the street, Bull Street and Dover Mule, and it's a nice little cul-de-sac, and it is part of Lowell, and you do have to access it through Chelmsford, but it's a nice area that was an unproductive piece of land. There was no industrial use to it. They decided at that time that the best use of it would be single-family, and that's what they did, and it's become now a valuable asset to the city, tax base-wise, providing homes. And that's essentially what we're trying to do
Attorney
here.
Curtis? Yeah, I just want to remind you that we have a 3-minute limit because we have a number of speakers here tonight. So if you could please
Okay, but
wrap up.
I'll wrap it up and I'll give you another minute. Basically, Westview Road was a dead end. It still is a dead end. However, in 2005, the City Council approved a taking and an extension of Westview Road, several hundred yards of Westview Road that was extended, and there were 7 homes built on Westview Road. Those houses were all constructed after planning board review. Any type of decision here tonight to change the zoning would also have to go through site plan review. So this has been before the board on several occasions with the approval of the planning board and the city council and extending. And the portion of the road we're talking about is at the end, and the 5 or 6 or 7 homes that are in that area are basically in conjunction with what is in the neighborhood. These are all homes that range between $350,000 and $500,000. It's a unique little neighborhood. I know there's a lot of concerns about traffic flow, but we're anticipating at the most 7 homes to be constructed. So we're not looking to put in some large development. And again, it's going to have to go through the site planning process. So I would urge the councilors to give this a positive vote. We went before the planning board last Thursday night. We had a 4-0 vote in favor of changing the zoning. and it's about time at this point that this property be brought online and generate the probably $70,000 to $100,000 in income to the city on a yearly basis for taxes rather than the $3,000 that it's generating now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now open for anyone else who wishes to speak in favor.
Mayor, City Council, my name is David Daly. I'm the petitioner of this zoning change. From Lowell, I grew up in the Highlands, just a few hundred yards from this location. Spent a lot of time here in my childhood, and I know the area really well. Over the last 20 years, I've built, renovated, or acquired over $20 million in real estate in the city, adding significant tax revenues to the bottom line. We took another chance on Lowell 3 years ago when we decided to construct our headquarters on Stedman Street, even though the commercial tax rate was higher than our surrounding towns. I made it clear to our executive staff at the time that Lowell was our home and we're going to stay there. I stood before this council at that same time 3 years ago and requested a TIF on the site. We were approved by the city council, and at the time it was based on the fact that we were going to add jobs to this area. On the TIF, we promised the city council that we were going to add between 50 to 60 jobs. I can honestly say today we have a staff of over 140 employees. In 2010, we were the Commercial Green Building of the Year award from the City Council. We appreciate that. My companies are deeply entrenched in this community and give our time and money. We've donated over $500,000 to local charities and organizations. I say this because there's no one else more than myself, I believe, that would risk everything with the contentious nature of this project 7 years ago if I didn't feel it was a viable project. I mean that. We also have to ask ourselves, when is the last time a project of a residential nature has been done in the city? I spent the last year studying this project really closely. It's not something I took lightly, and again, as I noted, the contentious nature of this, I really want to thoroughly review the issues. 7 years ago, a similar project, and I mean this similar, I would actually be more to say it was more unsimilar, was a project that was presented before the planning board, and it was a special permit, cluster development. It was a project that was totally unique and different than this project, and I'll go into those reasons. That project was eventually denied by the planning board, and that was eventually held up by the judicial court system. I want to make it clear, though, to this council, you'll hear an argument tonight, that was not for a zoning change. That was for a special permit. I also want to make it clear that we are only asking for this land in question to be zoned residential. That, at the end of the day, after you go through the special permit, the site plan review, it's a very thorough process, and we might end up with 1 to 2 houses. I recently agreed with a number of abutters who were really set on the fact that it should become residential land, but they had an issue with the number of houses. We took $2 million in sales off the table and reduced the project from 11 to 7 homes. I just want to go over the quick 4 reasons why, and this is from the decision from the court as to why this previous project, even though it was a special permit, failed. Water pressure. At the bottom of Westview Road, there's no water pressure. We have tests that I gave you in your packets. So we went about and figured out where we can bring in the water. So we found out, we did some water testing on Rindle Park Drive and noted that there was very good water pressure. So we've agreed to bring the water line in, almost 1,000 feet of water line, 8-inch water line. And not only are we going to bring it to serve the houses, the 7 houses that we're proposing, we're also going to loop it into the current Westview Road, the bottom of Westview Road. And I want to make it clear, in our town hall meetings that we had to discuss this project, a number of neighbors voiced the concern that they can't shower or water their lawn at the same time. This will address that problem. We're bringing in infrastructure to this street as well. There was questions at the time about the road, and the judge has specifically noted in his judgment, it was backed up by the planning board, that no study had ever been done. We did a thorough 34-page study based on a 12-house unit development. This development is now split in half to 7, and at the time, it was clearly noted that no study had been done. This study clearly shows that a 7-house, and our traffic engineer will attest to this tonight, and we'll go into more detail, will have no impact on this area. Over the last 3 years, the traffic study will also show that there's been no accidents on the street and no incidents that the police have been called to due to motor vehicle accidents. The traffic engineer summarized and is based on his 12-house unit development that the quaint style of street will continue. If this road were to be left, this land to be left commercial, and any type of commercial developments for somehow were to become that Westview Road, it would cause devastating effects on traffic and the size of the road. There was no plan. The third reason, there was no plan for wetlands. We hired a wetlands engineer and carefully flagged all the wetlands to note the upland area. In this project that we're proposing to you on this green board here, that shows 8 houses. And there's almost 14 acres of green space we're gonna leave open. There's gonna be deed restriction on that so that there'll be no access ever again from Westview Road. A lot of Westview Road residents have said they've come before this board 3 times or the planning board 3 times in the last 5 or 6 years. I can tell you from my perspective, this will never happen again. We're talking about 7 houses on 17 acres. 7 beautiful houses on a golf course on 17 acres. One of the last reasons this other project was denied was the size of the houses. They were proposing a cluster development, which is a 55 and older development that had houses ranging from 15 to 1,800 square feet on slabs. They're all clustered together. The proposal we have before you tonight is based on, it's going to eventually be 7 houses now, that's an 8 unit, on most likely what we determined today and yesterday to be 12 to 25,000 square foot lots, houses ranging from 2,500 to 3,000 square feet that fit the character of the neighborhood. This subdivision that we're proposing is going to be Lowell's first green building subdivision. We haven't had a subdivision in the city and the suburban areas in over 10 years. This will be the first one in 10 years. This subdivision that we're proposing is going to provide access to the old Middlesex Canal, the oldest canal in the country. We're going to have parking for visitors. The old Middlesex Canal in your packet here tonight has voiced their support of this project. One really very important point we need to keep in mind tonight is that there's been an argument that has been continually thrown out there that we could potentially have access from Old Canal Road. Jeff Bremer, our engineer, is going to weigh in on that from the issues revolving the bridge. And also, we got a letter that was placed in your packet today from Ed Welch, is the Senior Vice President at FW Webb, who clearly stated at no time are they interested in granting any easements at all to this property. Westview Road has and always will be the only access to this property. The best use for this property is residential. There's going to be people up here that are going to come and speak in opposition, but they need to base it on merit. They can't just say they don't want something that does nothing for this city. This land has sat there since 1966. 1966, in almost 50 years, not one time has anyone proposed an industrial or a commercial use there. You know why? Because the only access is through Westview Road. It doesn't fit the area. In the planning board's decision the other day, they specifically noted the fact that it's not a viable industrial use, it's not a viable industrial land, and it does not meet the character and style of the surrounding neighborhood.
Again, Mr. Daly, if
Sure.
you could just wrap up your remarks.
It's a couple more minutes. One of the director butters was probably...
We have a 3-minute rule here because we have a number of speakers tonight. So if you can wrap it up. Thank you.
Real quick, the last thing I'd like to say is the Lowell Sun noted in an article about 2 weeks ago the fact that we've had a 90% decrease in residential development while our commercial industrial base is skyrocketing. We've only built 21 houses last year. This would add a 35% increase without creating an adverse effect on this area. This will be you're going to hear from direct abutters tonight that support this. There's people up the street, I understand that don't, but the people that are most adversely affected by this support this project. Some of them aren't here to speak, but they have it in your packet tonight. I appreciate your time. I look forward to having your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is still open for those wishing to speak in favor, and I will again remind you of the 3-minute rule so that we can move through this public hearing.
Good afternoon, evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name's Jack Gillen. I'm a traffic engineer. Real briefly, I haven't been before this board in a while. I'm a registered engineer and
Excuse me.
Council Lowry.
Address, do you live in Lowell?
I don't. I'm a consultant. I'm a traffic engineer.
No, support him, go ahead. He doesn't live in the city.
Was this rule amended by the Rules Subcommittee, Councilor Kennedy?
I don't have a problem, but he didn't give an address. That's the only problem I had.
Okay, if you
I'm
please.
sorry. Again, I haven't been before this board.
That was the only problem I had. Usually, your name and address when I asked if you live in the city.
My name's Jack Gillen. I'm a registered engineer in Massachusetts. I live in Norwood, Massachusetts. And my address is in the report. I'll try to be quick. I know you've got a timeline here. Just a little bit of my background. I'm past president of the Institute of Transportation Engineers New England section, as well as Mass chapter, and I'm past director of traffic and parking, Town of Brookline, past director of traffic engineering management, City of Boston, and director of traffic and parking in Quincy. I also have my own firm, Gillen Associates out of Norwood. I was asked to take a look at this particular project and to quantify any potential impacts that it may have. We took traffic counts in the area. We did turning movement counts from 7 to 9 to 4 to 6 at the intersection of Pine Street and Westview Road. I also had a machine down, an automatic traffic recorder, at the narrow section of Westview Road where it goes from 22 feet down to 18 feet. That section carries 360 vehicles per day, with 28 in the morning peak hour and 26 during the evening peak hour. I assigned background growth in the terms of 5% per year over 5 years. We added that to that traffic. And then I looked at the trip generation rates for the seven homes. Basically, depending on which way you do it, the trips will be between 5 and 7 trips in the morning peak hour, with the maximum being 2 trips inbound and 5 outbound. The project's also expected to generate 7 weekday trips, with 4 inbound and 3 outbound. The operational analysis shows that the intersection's levels of service or delay does not change at the Pine Street Westview Road intersection. Pine Street will continue to enjoy an A level of service by very short or no delay, and Westview Road will continue to have very short delays with a B level of service. I looked at a probability of a poison distribution of 2 vehicles passing each other, and it's very unlikely that 2 vehicles would pass each other during that period during either the morning or the evening peak hour. The reason for that is that in the 18-foot section, there are a couple of intersections, Colonial Park Drive and Westview Drive, and they're about 350 feet apart. The stopping sight distance in that area is 500 feet, so people are able to see each other. There's only a 71% chance that a vehicle will not be traveling north in that section during the morning peak hour, and an 85% chance that it will not be traveling south. Thus, there's a very slight chance that they'd be opposite each other, even though a vehicle is only 8 feet wide and that pavement width is about 18 feet wide. There's very low chance. And in conclusion, although West Road does have a pavement width that's less than standard, the existing and projected traffic volumes are low, and the village style of the roadway helps to keep the vehicle speeds low. The Westview Road carries about 360 vehicles per day, and it's equivalent to about 1 vehicle every 124 seconds or 1 every 2 minutes between cars in either direction. The 7 new homes are expected to generate only 5 to 7 in the morning peak hour, and the project is expected to generate about 7 in the evening. There's not going to be any change in level of service, and Pine Street will continue to operate with a level of service. The average operating speed is 23 miles an hour in that area, and there are no crashes in the 3-year period that we looked at it. There's a very low probability that they'll try to pass, and they can do that in that section. In summary, the project is not expected to change the quaint village style of the neighborhood, nor will it introduce a measurable traffic impact. I'm trying to keep things. If you have questions, I can go into more detail.
Again, to clarify the Rule 26, at any meeting open to the public, citizens and employees of the city and business owners or council who represents each group shall have a reasonable opportunity to be heard in regard to any matter on the agenda. So we do have Rule 4. I just notice, though, about the members' lobby. No person shall be admitted within the rail in the city council chamber and the members' lobby connected therewith, except upon permission of the mayor or other presiding officer. And I've never seen that not respected.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jeffrey Brem. I live in Carlisle, Massachusetts, and I take that as permission to speak. I'm David Daly's civil engineer on the project. Real quick recap, it's a 17-acre project, only 10 of which is here tonight for rezoning. That's shown on that exhibit off to the left, the hatched area, the purple hatched area. That's adjacent to the other kind of blue area, which is what I'm going to speak about in a little bit. The green map on your right there, that's showing the subdivision of 8 homes, one of which is getting removed. You'll see that is the full parcel. It's all wooded from one side to the other. There is some wetlands on it, as Mr. Daly mentioned, and we've flagged most of those wetlands, the areas that are critical. That's where all the numbers are on the right side of the plan. And on the top part of that plan, which is sort of the southwest portion, is the Middlesex Canal, which David mentioned is the oldest canal, but it's also in the American Society of Civil Engineers Historic Register, if you didn't know that. I walked this land back in 1989 with Donald Van Greenby, who was a member of the Middlesex Canal Commission, ex-civil engineer from MIT, who was one of the original owners back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And we walked that land, and then it sat fallow until recently when Mr. Daly contacted me. So I've been around on this land for a long, long time. It hasn't changed, I can tell you that. As far as the access off of Old Canal Road, as you probably all know, dead ends, and then the F.W. Webb's has a couple buildings down there on their own driveways. Those are private ways, and they're really inaccessible. At the end of both of those driveways are parking lots. One of the parking lots currently has a lot of F.W. Webb materials on it, and the other parking lot's for cars. In order to pass from Old Canal Drive to this property, you'd have to go through that driveway, through those parking lots, and then you hit a pretty sizable wetland. That's shown on the far right exhibit. Again, it's in blue, and basically, and actually it's better in the exhibit next to the green one, where it shows a 350-foot dimension. That's what would have to cross a pretty sizable wetland. 350 feet is a large crossing. It would be required to be a bridge crossing, meeting the requirements of a bridge. The DEP and the Army Corps would both get involved. As I mentioned at the planning board meeting, without belaboring it, I don't believe it would be permitted. It would be one of the biggest infrastructure projects in the state. It would require a Category 1 permit from the Army Corps. Those are typically reserved for large, publicly sponsored infrastructure projects. This would be way outside the realm of anything that they would approve for a private entity. And I'm not the regulator, but I could tell you that it wouldn't be approved. I can't guarantee that because that's not my job, but I apply to the Army Corps on many projects. I have one right now that's similar, and they basically denied any kind of a crossing to that magnitude. So there really is no viable access from Old Canal Road from a private property point of view, from an access point of view, and also from a wetland and environmental impact point of view. I'll be here for questions if you have any questions, especially on the subdivision.
Thank you. It's open for anyone who wishes to speak in favor. Again, if you'd please state your name and address for the record and limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Dennis Connors. I live at 38 Westview Road in Lowell. You'd be glad to know my attention span is less than 3 minutes, so I'll be out of here. I am a lifelong resident of the Highlands neighborhood. My wife and I built a new home on Westview Road about 6 or 7 years ago. In my opinion, I am familiar with the land in question and am concerned about the future of my neighborhood. In my opinion, the land is residential in nature and originally should have been so zoned by the city. The issue before the council tonight is narrow in scope. The question is the land better zoned residential or light industrial? A planning board member the other night made an excellent point. He stated that the land had been zoned light industrial since 1966 and no industrial proposals have come forth. His point was that the land was therefore not determined to be industrial in nature by the market's reaction to it. The specific development issues such as access, traffic studies, lot size, wetlands protection, and other details of any proposed development are not the issue tonight. These issues will be addressed and should be addressed by the various boards once a specific proposal is brought forth. I am confident that if the rezoning is allowed, the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, the City Engineer, and the Inspectional Services Department will provide the guidance and oversight necessary to address any concerns that we in the neighborhood may have. All we are talking about tonight is the best use of the land. Opponents of the proposed change sometimes use the lack of developable industrial land as an argument against rezoning. To me, this argument is inconsistent with other development projects that we applaud in Lowell, such as the conversion of old industrial buildings into artist lofts, condominiums, or apartments. It is not conceivable to me that anybody using this argument would really prefer an industrial use on the site within a residential neighborhood. In a city such as Lowell, developable land is scarce, and I'm sure that the parcel in question will be developed sometime in the future, either as a residential development or in an industrial use. Most of the current development activity in Lowell is undertaken by nonprofits who do not contribute to the tax base or are projects that are heavily subsidized by various governmental programs. The proposed development is entirely private in nature to be completed by an at-risk developer who has an excellent track record in Lowell. Based upon the proven track record of the developer, his well-thought-out plan, and the proposed character of the development, I urge you to support the zoning change and allow the Planning Board, the Conservation Committee, the Conservation Commission, the City Engineers, and the Inspectional Services Department to do their job to address any concerns that we as residents of the neighborhood may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Dennis Moriarty, live at 446 Westwood Street, resident of Lowell, also a member of Mount Pleasant Country Club. I'm speaking in favor for David Daly. I've known David for over 30 years. As they said, he's a proven contractor. I've worked on numerous developments that he's had through the acre, through the Belvedere section. This parcel of land would be a positive for the city. Like I said, you get an opportunity to do the right thing, change the zoning. You got a guy that's invested in Lowell. He lives in Lowell. He's raising his child in Lowell. Comes from a long family. He grew up on Florence Ave, right around the corner from the project, so he's well aware of it. He's done a great job on every other project he's had in the city. That's all I have to say. Keep it nice and simple. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Mayor Murphy, Manager Lynch, members of Lowell City Council. My name is Bob McMahon. I live at 55 Lincoln Parkway in Lowell. I am here to support this petition. I think it's one of the finest subdivisions to come across the city in a long time. I heard the city manager earlier tonight to say, let's expand the tax base. And this is a great way, Mr. Manager, to expand the tax base. We got 7 beautiful homes that will be built, and they'll generate a lot of tax revenue, also in between the taxes and the fees. It will address open space. There'll be 9 acres of land there. This is a beautiful development. It will be one of the finest in the city of Lowell. We have a premier developer in David Daly, who is investing a lot of money into this development. And I think by the council approving this tonight, it would be one of the best votes you could make to move it forward, because it would be a beautiful, beautiful development. Thank you once again. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening, Your Honor. My name is William J. Moriarty. I live at 1521 Gorham Street, Lowell, Mass. Mr. Manager and staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here tonight to give you a snapshot of the land in question and how it was used in my day. I'll keep my remarks within your boundaries of time. In my day, coming up Wedge Street ended at the water tower. There was no Lincoln Parkway. There was no Florence Road extension, no Fleming Street extension. no Rindo Parkway, no Sanders Avenue. In fact, if you followed Campbell Drive in the direction of Chelmsford Street, you'd find no homes. You'd find no Route 3. In my day, back in the 1930s and early 1940s, there was a farm across from the Morey School on Pine Street. The name of the farm was Parker's. The owners, they own lots of land in the area that we're talking about tonight. From their barn on Pine Street, I can remember as a kid watching them walk their cows, sometimes up Stevens Street to Fleming, to bring them into this beautiful grazing land. Sometimes they'd walk them up Pine Street, perhaps past one of our counselors' homes, and bring them in through Westview. I've reviewed much of Mount Pleasant's golf history and found wonderful pictures and maps of all of the area and who owned what land. You may be interested to know that there was no homes on Staples Street. Rockingham, there were no homes, Mariposa, Montgomery, Westmoreland, because that's where Mount Pleasant used to be. Ran right out to Westford Street, down Westford Street to Stedman, and that was the first 9-hole course of Mount Pleasant. We now have one of the most beautiful 9-hole courses in the area because the members gave up that land of the first golf course. We now have all those streets and all those wonderful neighbors. Isn't that great? In closing, as a Lowellian for over 81 years and a member of Mount Pleasant for over 54 years, I ask that you support this beautiful project. I hope as you listen tonight, you thought of all of the people that served this city like yourself and made it so great. Now I ask that you let all the thousands of people that drive Route 3 look over and say, wow, what beautiful homes. Is that Lowell? Boy, looks like a nice place to live. Yes. Please allow Mr. Daly's request to go forward. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is John McDonald, live at 8 Wilder Avenue here in Lowell. I'm also the Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Communications of Lipoli Companies and manage Riverwalk Properties, a 2.4 million square foot mill complex that has seen massive redevelopment, construction, and economic revitalization over the past 7 years. I've had the distinct pleasure to know David Daly both personally and professionally over the last 10 years. Personally, Dave is a family man, lifelong Lowell resident, man of character and integrity. Professionally, I've come to know Dave in the business world through Pride Star Ambulance and Daly General Contracting. Pride Star Ambulance has been a tenant on and off at Riverwalk through the years and has always been a pleasure to deal with. Through Daly General Contracting, I've seen experienced quality, pride, and craftsmanship that Dave's company has displayed through the years. First, with the world-class facility Dave built in Stedman Street in Lowell. Secondarily, through the work I've seen firsthand at Riverwalk Properties in Lawrence. Dave's construction crew was hired in a pinch and delivered first-class work on budget and on time, even receiving compliments from a tough-to-please construction manager not known for handing out compliments. Quote, Dave and his guys were the hardest working, dependable, and knowledgeable crew I've seen in a long time, end quote. Tonight, Dave Daly is proposing to build luxury homes off of Westview Road in the city's Highlands section abutting Mount Pleasant Golf Course. Tonight, David Daly hopes that City Council's approval of a zoning change will bring to fruition a $4 million project, which also proposes to improve water pressure woes for neighboring property owners. Tonight, David Daly hopes you will approve the zoning change that will bring luxury homes and will preserve conservation land. The alternative, industrial use, constructing storage facilities, warehouses, or an industrial building that would devastate the neighborhood. It would cause major traffic problems and drastically decrease the value of surrounding homes. As quoted in the Lowell Sun, Daly's project would prove attractive to professional families, increase property valuations, and generate more than $70,000 in new annual tax revenue for the city. Very important. Tonight, I support David Daly and his plans. I respectfully request that the Lowell City Council do the same. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Leah Green. I'm a resident of 75 Westchester Street in Lowell, Massachusetts, Highlands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and the City Council for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. I won't reiterate a lot of what folks have said before. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of David, his character, and as someone that has known him for 27 of my 37 years. I know, look pretty good, right? I've born and raised in the Highlands. I moved out when I went to college and lived and worked in Boston for 9 years. I recently bought the home in Westchester a year and a half ago, and of which I did a lot of construction in terms of renovating pretty much the whole house, in which I used David as a contractor. I can speak not only personally, but professionally as someone that will work with you, that will listen to you, that will be responsive. If the zoning change and there's going to have someone to do it, I would highly recommend David Daly be the contractor and the company to do it. I respectfully ask that you approve the zoning change this evening, and I'll tell you if there's someone that's going to do it, David will do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is TJ McKiernan. I live at 831 Westwood Street. Before I continue, I'd like to disclose that David Daly's a close personal friend. I've known David and his family my entire life. Because of that, I can confidently speak to his character, his integrity, the type of family he comes from, the high ethical standards that they hold, and their commitment to the city of Lowell. I grew up a couple hundred yards away from the site of the proposed development. Spent a lot of time in that area as a kid, delivered newspapers on Westview Road. I know that area very, very well. I'm also a Mount Pleasant member for nearly 25 years. A light industrial development makes absolutely no sense at the end of that street. I completely agree with the planning board's determination last week that access to that parcel from Old Canal Drive is economically unfeasible. I'd also like to add just a few examples of allowable structures under LI zoning. School, church, any type of religious structure, auto mechanic, cellular tower, self-storage facility. None of those fit the character of the neighborhood. Planning Board Chairman Linehan had a much longer, extensive list, and I can tell you, all of those examples, none of them would have a positive impact on the values of the neighbors' homes, especially at that end of the street. None of those examples would enhance Mount Pleasant Golf Course, and none of those examples belong at the end of Westview Road. I respectfully ask for your support to change this zoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Craig Mankiewicz. I live at 215 Westview Road. I'm here tonight to pledge my support on behalf of David Daly. I know there'll be a lot more discussion around the subdivision at a later date if it gets to that point, so I'll try to keep my comments focused on just on the rezoning portion of that land. My wife Susie and I moved to Lowell back in 2006. The house we moved into was already built as part of the Westview Road expansion. My driveway, which if you have driven down the street, is directly in the middle of the throughway easement to 218 Westview Road and to that point, we're probably the ones impacted most by this project. It was fully disclosed to us that there was an easement in place and that someday someone might be interested in building something back there. We were okay with this potential back in 2006 when we moved in. Fast forward to today, and after much discussion with my wife, in addition to reviewing David's plans for the 7 houses, we're okay with this. The reasons we're okay with this are as follows. We'd rather have 7 houses back behind us than a factory or an industrial building, especially if they plan to access the parcel next to my house. Based on the planning board meeting last Thursday, there appears to be no viable access to the parcel via Stedman Street unless FW Ed allows us, from what I understand will never happen, which leaves the easiest access through Westview Road. David's proactive contact to me ensures me he's going to provide assistance with moving shrubs, sprinklers, extending a wall, etc., and he also put it in writing, which talks a lot about his character and him keeping his word. And thirdly, David has done his homework that is quite clear from what I have seen. And speaking with other Lowell residents about David Daly, everyone I spoke with had nothing but positive things to say about David, his work, and most of all, keeping his word. In closing, I'd like to thank the council for listening, and my hope is whatever your decision is the right one for the city and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Mike Dubuque. I live at 8 Nob Hill Road in Chelmsford. I'm here tonight to express my support for the proposed zoning change in subsequent subdivision proposed for the end of Westview Road. I'll keep it brief, but I do wish to offer my support from 3 different standpoints. The first is from someone that has both a personal and professional relationship with David. I am friends with David, but much of my interaction has been in real estate dealings, primarily representing buyers that have purchased homes that David has sold and or built, as well as representing the purchaser of 1075 Westford Street in Lowell. David had done some tenant fit out there. Without exception, everybody that David has interacted with in my dealings has spoke highly of David. Personally, I can speak to his thoroughness, his honesty, and his professionalism. In conversations with David, going back a while, it's always come up in his being a young developer and builder in the area and realizing that reputation is key in having any type of shelf life in this business. It's for those reasons in combination that I can say with certainty that David is really the right person to undertake this project and to do so with the neighbors and the neighborhood in mind. The second standpoint is that of a member of Mount Pleasant Golf Course for over 20 years. And I don't stand here speaking for the board or for the overall membership, but I can say as a member that is educated on the project and is familiar again with David and his track record and his history, that I support a zoning change, a residential development at the end of Westview. It's better than the alternative, and we've heard those points tonight. The third standpoint is professionally. As the broker owner of First Team Realty, I recognize on a daily basis the lack of new construction, single-family homes in the city of Lowell. I do want to state that I don't stand to gain financially in any way to represent David in listing the homes. He has another broker that he would engage to do so. That being said, a bulk of my business comes from representing buyers and helping them find homes for them and their families. As a city that is the home to a number of businesses, from the university to the hospital to some of the fastest growing private businesses in the area, there's a huge void for high-end quality new construction that some of these higher income earning employees at these businesses would be interested in. And as a result, they end up going to neighboring towns. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I hope that you agree with some of the points that I make and also agree with the decision on Thursday night to support the zoning change. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the project? Seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. We'll open it up now to those wishing to speak in opposition.
My name is Richard Howe. I live at 130 Westview Road, and I'm here to urge you to reject this petition. I and my neighbors live on a very long dead-end street. It's 1,800 feet long. And for a stretch of the street, mostly in front of my house, extending for a stretch as long as a football field. The width of the road pinches down to 17 feet, which is narrower than many of the driveways in the city. I was startled to learn tonight that the 5 or 6 times per week that I have to pull over and stop to let an oncoming car pass me are figments of my imagination, because according to the proponent's traffic engineer, that's mathematically impossible. But to be serious, my point is that the existing houses and cars on the street severely tax the capacity of that road to carry them. To add more houses, be it 7, 12, 20, whatever, will create a situation that not only adversely affects the quality of life, but also negatively affects the safety of all of the people that live on that street now. Rejecting this petition is completely in keeping with the admonition of the city's master plan that you preserve existing industrial uses and protect against encroaching residential uses, which this exactly is. Now, maybe that land shouldn't be industrial. Maybe it should be something else. But I guess I'm pleading with you not to outsource your due diligence to the proponent of this and his paid experts who certainly have a bias in this. And the city is known across the country and even the world for its planning. And to accept this proposal tonight is to act completely randomly in a scattershot manner. If you feel a compelling need to create more suburban-style housing in the city of Lowell, and you want to do it at the end of Westview Road, that's fine with me, but first address the road. Now, because of the age of the houses and the old-growth trees, widening the road is impracticable. So you'd have to look for a connection to the other streets in the vicinity, namely Rindo Park Drive. I've got no problem with that. But just don't keep compounding a bad situation by adding onto it. There are other people that own residential zoned land further down the street. This will just be the first of a series of proposals that won't have to come before you, and it should be done in a comprehensive, rational manner. And for all of those reasons, I ask you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Mayor Murphy, distinguished members of the City Council, my name is Kevin Murphy. I live at 62 Newbury Street in the Highlands section of Lowell. This evening I appear for you on behalf of Mount Pleasant Golf Club, and with me is the president, Victor Koloski. I have stood here and I've listened to the testimony, wonderful testimony from neighbors, constituents, fellow members of Mount Pleasant Golf Course, and their feelings about this proposal. And as the great philosopher Voltaire once said, I may disagree with what you have to say, but I defend till death your right to say it, and I appreciate the comments that you made this evening. But tonight I represent Mount Pleasant Golf Club, which has 387 members who reside in the city of Lowell. And last week, at a meeting of the member of the board of directors representing those 387 members, the board, after careful consideration, voted unanimously to oppose this petition of Mr. David Daly. Now, let's make one thing perfectly clear. The vote tonight is not about David Daly. I don't know David Daly. I'm sure he's a wonderful person. I'm sure he has a wonderful track record. And I know he's made a representation that he's only going to build 7 houses on this proposed lot of land. But it's not about his proposal. Tonight is about whether you're going to take this land and rezone it so that residential development can go on there. Now, if Mr. Daly does not go forward with this, then I suggest to you some other developer can come in and build 11, 12 houses on the project. So it's not about Mr. Daly. I respect the man. I respect his magnanimous offer to reduce it to 7 houses, but it's not about him. It's about this parcel of land and what can happen to this neighborhood if you vote to rezone it residential. Now, Mount Pleasant has always been a good neighbor, and tonight we come as a good neighbor to support our neighbors on Westview Road. Now, you can listen to traffic engineers, you can listen to any expert that will come before you, but you don't come here to the City Council tonight and throw your common knowledge and your common experience out the window and leave it for the experts to determine. You know Westview Road. You know how narrow it is. You know the public safety danger that will occur if more housing is allowed to be developed at the end of Westview Road. From our own particular purpose, we firmly believe that the aesthetic nature of that neighborhood will be negatively impacted if houses are allowed to be constructed behind number 1 Green and number 9T at Mount Pleasant. You have seen the plans. They come very close to our property. Now, we've already seen encroachment from neighbors on the left side of number 1, and we have a concern for public safety. We have run into a problem where adults and children wander onto the course because there is no buffer zone. They come out onto the course, they can get on the course, and immediately there is a threat of public safety to those individuals. So on behalf of the 387 members of Mount Pleasant, I'm asking you to vote against rezoning of this parcel for the negative impact it's going to have on the neighborhood surrounding Mount Pleasant and Westview Road, and not because there's a wonderful individual that is bringing the petition before you this evening. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. I'm Barbara Dwyer. I live at 192 Westview Road. I'm here to tell you about what it's like to live there, because all of this science is great, but you know, nothing beats 14 years of every day driving up and down the street. So I respect the science, but it has nothing to do with reality. The other part is, when I bought the house, we were told that the neighborhood kids are going to have to walk through our yard because that's how they get to school, and so far everybody's been great. It's a very small village-look and feel. You know, people talk about they jog down there, they walk their dogs, they walk their kids. At Halloween, I mean, people bring their children to Westview Road because they can walk out in the middle of the street. So we have no sidewalks. And if a delivery truck comes down, or a landscaper, or someone is walking their dog, you have to pull over because that's how wide the street is. I've been a practicing real estate agent for 20 years, and I hear all about this need for, you know, this upscale housing. The stats don't prove that. There are only houses, there have been since January 1st, there have been 4 houses that have sold over $500,000. They're all in Belvedere. There has been over 25 homes that have expired since January of last year. The average sale price of a house in the Highlands is nowhere near $400,000 or $500,000. We're not a suburb, we're a city. We have an urban feel to us. I look at that and say, you know, the houses are probably lovely. I have nothing against Mr. Daley. I'm sure he's a wonderful, wonderful man. Obviously, all these people think he is, and that's great. I don't know him personally. But it's not about him. It's about living in my neighborhood. It's about how it affects our neighborhood. It's how it makes the people feel when traffic comes down the street. It's about someone coming in saying, you know, this industrial land, Mr. Van Griebe's owned this land for 40 years. And just right now, he's ready to sell it. And it's just right now that Mr. Daley wants to develop it. And all I can tell you is nobody does that except when there's money to be made. And I don't know the technology. All I know is it's a limited resource that is light industrial. We don't have a lot. We're not going to create more. And who knows, technology can change, the world can change. 20 years, you know, solar power will be different. Who knows? FW Web could move out. All I know is it's a resource that you will never have again. And I urge you not to rezone it residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, my name is John Bertos. I live on 77 Westview Road. I've been living there for 25 years. And I'm here to oppose this plan that they have to build these 7 houses. One of my biggest fear that I have is that is additional land there that belongs not to Mr. Daly, but to other people. And once if this petition is approved, then I can see other people coming in front of this board to ask for permission to build more homes. Our street is a small street, not even a mile long. I walk here every single day. We have young kids playing in the streets. We have people coming from other streets with their crawlers, walking with their babies in the strollers, running up and down the street. We have all the people just walking, associate with the neighbors, and this is not going to be a street with more cars coming in. Right now, we have 128 cars in the street. If we're going to put more homes there and more cars, the traffic will be so bad that really at night that we won't be able to walk no way. I have some pictures here that I like to pass to the councilors, and if they see it, they will explain, seeing some kids playing on the street, seeing how the cars are, and how difficult it is to pass up and down the street. At the time, the gas company was putting pipes in our street. You people don't want to know how much difficult it was for us to live on the street. We couldn't even go up and down the street. The big trucks that they come to bring the pipes on the street, they will not come straight down, because if they come down, they cannot come back. So what they did, they went back ways. They back up all the way to the end of the street just to unload the pipes. So if that construction starts again, and anything or big trucks that go there, we will have a chaos if in case that we have a fire. Because if it was a fire, you will never be able to pass the engine to go to put the fire out. So we don't know what's going to happen. Mr. Daly has an excellent program. I respect his business because he wants to make money. But you people have to think about us, that we put our money to buy our homes. We've been living there for a long, long time, and it will not be feasible to put any more homes on the street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ann Gorski. I live at 58 Rindo Park Drive. I am a resident of Rindo Park Drive, one house over from the Mahoney McNamee's manse, which you all know is at the end of Westview Road, and am therefore in direct line with the proposed development. I am not going to address the problems that you know already exist on Westview Road. Rather, I would like to speak of 3 other issues that have not been addressed. 1, I lived on Princeton Boulevard for 32 years, and in all that time, we lost electrical power approximately 12 times. I have been on Rindo Park for 20 years, and we are either bumped or lose power for several days at a time, approximately 4 or 5 times a year. How will this development be affected? Oh, I know. We can tell them, anyone who buys a $500,000 home, to go out and buy a nice big generator. Second, This lowland area of the Highlands has always had a very high water table. Approximately 3 years ago, the state offered residents from Stevens Street west to the wetlands sump pumps to help with the water problems they were having in their basements. Some homes have had to have 2. This area has had sewer problems in the past, to the point where at one time the Bailey School had to be evacuated. And finally, I would like to address the wetlands. Kevin Hinton, a renowned national health educator, said it best: "A rose by any other name is still a rose." The American Heritage Dictionary defines swamp as a lowland region saturated with water. Route 3 was widened towards us, and the spring runoff raises that water table in the swamp area every year. The state, as you know, swamps breed mosquitoes. Mosquitoes breed West Nile virus and EEE. And as we all know, these cases are on the increase in Massachusetts, and the state announced yesterday they have no control over it and cannot help with the problem. This area has always been a swamp and always will be a swamp. Calling it another name does not change it. John Adams said, quote, "Facts are stubborn things." Heavy equipment into that narrow landmass will undoubtedly disturb this breeding area. And now, even now, I'm not able to go in my backyard after 5 o'clock because the mosquitoes are out in force. So I leave you with a question. Knowing this, if someone comes down with West Nile from a mosquito bite, who's liable? The zoning board, the city council, or the developer? Several people have spoken of Mr. Daley's character. I don't question his character for 1 minute. He comes from a fine family. It's not about his character. It's about public safety and the destruction of a neighborhood. Once again, the developer makes money, the lawyers make money, and the neighborhoods are left with a problem. And I'd like to add just one other thing. Several people have come before you and spoken of the fact that they were born and raised in the Highlands. Well, I was born and raised in the Highlands. I have a few years on Mr. Daley and a few years on some of the others, with the exception of Mr. Moriarty. It was a swamp back then, it's a swamp now. I remember when there wasn't any Route 3, Old Canal, Stedman Street, all of that. It was Parker's pasture, it was woods, it was Brady's sandbank. I remember all of that. But it was a swamp then, and it's a swamp now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Lucy Patullo. I live at 62 Westview Road. I've been a resident there for 35 years, and I'm just an 84-year-old housewife without a business title. We have sent in a petition with over 50 signatures to the planning board against the rezoning of conservation land to residential. And I would like to invite you to our street to get a clearer picture of this whole situation. There is a great concern for the safety of the children in the neighborhood. As I can picture when the construction starts, I think it's a flatbed that carries all the big machinery back and forth to the work area. And they have to back in from Pine Street all the way to the end of Westview Road, as they are unable to turn when they get down there. And the lumber trucks coming in do the same thing. There was 4 years ago, was it 4 years ago or 6 years ago that we had this presented to you people before, to well, whatever the amount of years it is. There was also a concern from the fire department and the conservation department, and consequently they had voted no to the development in that time. Nothing has changed to change the vote. If the decision goes in favor of the contractor, what recourse do we have if the water situation is not corrected? Will we get help from the city, or are we at the mercy of the builder? If this plan is passed, we all know that the developer will be given permission and he will have the free rein to build additional houses in the future. And so in conclusion, the 50 or so residents on the street would really appreciate your vote against the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
No, I'm just handing something to you.
In opposition? In opposition. Seeing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the council? Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, I enjoy sitting here 99% of the time, but this is one of the 1% that I wish I was home doing something else, even if it was wallpapering or something, because I really don't appreciate coming here and having to pick a side, because in my philosophy, I like to make everybody happy, that I think there's a happy medium that we can come to, and everybody can be at odds, but I can settle everything and everybody goes home friendly and everything's fine. But that isn't a perfect world. So tonight, we have a very difficult decision to make, one that I had a lot of trouble with, wrestling back and forth, which way do I go, which way do I go, asking a ton of people, what would you do if you were in my position? Please tell me. Not that they would persuade me, but that I would get a feel of how they felt. So I asked one person, and this person says to me, well, let's take a look at this and start from the beginning. Let's take a ride down to Westview Road, because I've been on Westview Road a few times, but I've never been down to the very end of it. So I traveled along and went down the road, and I thought to myself, how wonderful is this? You have the best of both worlds. You are living in the city, right next to everything, and yet you live on such a beautiful country road that winds around, and it's so quaint. And I said, wow, you got the country right here in the city. And I thought how lucky you truly were, because, and I know a perfect world would say you don't have traffic on your street. That would be a perfect world. And so I want you to know that I didn't take this decision that I'm about to make lightly. Believe me when I tell you, I didn't. And after I went down your street, this person took me down to Stedman Street and over the Lowell line into Chelmsford and told me the history about a similar instance across Route 3 and into Chelmsford down to Bolt Road that Attorney Curtis mentioned earlier. I was very surprised he said this, because he's actually right. I thought I had one up on this, but I didn't. And over in Chelmsford on Bolt Road, you go down to the very end, and many, many years ago was industrial land that this gentleman owned for years and years and years and paid and paid and paid and never could develop it to any industrial. So after many years of owning it and paying taxes and taxes, he sold it. And they turned it around to residential. And I saw what it looked like, and the neighbors were up in arms. They were upset about this. Oh my God, it's going to destroy the character of the neighborhood. And this man said to me, how does this neighborhood look to you? It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Cul-de-sac here, beautiful homes. Go down this way, another cul-de-sac, beautiful homes. They're all living in tranquility there. They're all amenable to each other. At first, it was awful. And that was a precedent that was set way back then. So we're not setting a precedent here tonight. It's already been set all those years ago when this industrial land turned into residential, and it's beautiful. Take a ride down Waverly Avenue, Bolt Avenue in Chelmsford, and you'll see that it's Chelmsford here. And if you go down the back, which was wooded industrial land, which is residential, that's part of Lowell. And you're absolutely right, Attorney Curtis, because I've been there. Having said that, I can only give you personal facts as to what life is all about. And wouldn't it be nice if we never had a darn car on the road and all the kids could play in the street? That'd be beautiful. But I want you to know that I have personal issues with this. And I don't know Mr. Daley from a hole in the wall, but I do know your work. And your work is outstanding. And I think everybody knows that. They're not arguing about that. But I thought to myself, what happened to years ago on Burnham Road that I live on, which is a dead-end street, but all in the back of all the properties on the right-hand side of Burnham Road, all abutted industrial land. It was all land owned by Mass Electric, and my mother enjoyed it. My mother lived in the house that I live in, and she loved to see deers once in a while. Once in a while, she'd see a fox. Nobody was bothering her and all the rest of the neighbors on the street on that side. And one day we got word that the town of Tewksbury was going to have a developer come in, change the zoning, and put in condos all in the back of the properties all along. We were all up in arms. My mother was hysterical. I said to my mother, "Ma, this is progress. What can I tell you? Nothing's going to change." She said, "Oh, no, we're going to fight en masse down at Tewksbury Town Hall, and we're going to stop this." I said, you won't stop it, but you can put forth a requirement and say what you would like to happen. She said, "Like what?" I said, "Well, maybe you could have a buffer zone along the whole area so that you won't hear the loud noise of the children or whatever, but this is going to happen no matter what." And we went to the meeting, and it did. It was voted on, and time has passed where all the residents were up in arms. Now I live there, and I do hear the children off in the distance playing ball, and I think about when my children were young. But here's a new generation of condos all in the back. The woods was transformed from animal life to human life, and we see that it's progress. But having said that, people are now accepting it. And so if I support this, and I don't want to get 61 people mad. 61 people signed a petition. I don't want to hurt 61 people. God knows you probably will never support me again after I support the other side. No matter which way I go, there'll be some animosity here. But the fact remains that I have to look and weigh this very heavily. What is best for the city as a whole? And I know it's not my neighborhood, and I know that it's yours, but I can only think of how 7 families would be deprived of all the goodness that you have on your street. Maybe they even might become golfers and join Mount Pleasant. Who knows? So I'm not trying to get into this through a scattershot manner, as it was said. I am trying to be rational. I am trying to look at the facts before me. And here's what the facts say. And you heard from Craig Mankowitz, and he's an immediate abutter. I thought there was not enough of a roadway to access the property, but it's 45.5, by 155, by 155. So there is a wide enough area to go to. And I'm looking at the different facts that Mr. Daley provided. And water pressure is important. He's saying it'll be all right. And I'm going to hold you to it. Please believe me, as much as I could support you, I'll rip you apart if you hurt these people. But be that as it may, we're going to get 100 people to have a job. We're going to create $100,000 in permit fees alone, $100,000 per year in taxes as compared to $4,000. This is a good venture, I say. This is good. This is good. So I'm really carefully going over this so that I try to do what is best for the city. But I ask you this, and think about this very carefully. The Van Greenby family paid industrial taxes, not residential taxes, but industrial taxes for 40 years. Should they continue to pay taxes another 20, 30 years and receive nothing but pay in and pay in and pay in? I wouldn't certainly want to do that. What is the best use? To leave it alone and let everybody remain the same, or have progress and have all this property to have 7 families join our city and enjoy the amenities that you have? I can only say that I can go along with this project and support it. I hate to go in opposition of my good friend, Kevin Murphy, or Nick Flaris, or anybody that I see that I know. I don't want to hurt anybody, but I have to take a long, hard look and say, what is best for the city? Jobs are best for the city. More people that have a beautiful home. And I know his development. I don't know this gentleman, but I know his work. So it's tough for me to say this. I don't know what else I can add to it, but I'm not doing it scattershot. I took I don't have anything written, as you can see, so I must have wanted to try to hear all sides of this. I don't want you to be upset with what I do, and I just want you to know, lastly, that as time passed, the neighbors on Burnham Road were used to the fact that the condos were in the back. We had a buffer zone, that was fine. But it took a lot of time, and this is gonna take a lot of time for you to realize that it fits in nicely into the character. Only I hope you don't put me out of office after you realize that I didn't do anything to really hurt you. I just want you to know that my heart goes with you, because when there's any development that takes place, there is an inconvenience, there's trucks going back and forth, but that'll pass. That'll pass, and you'll have 7 wonderful families that'll be probably great neighbors, and you'll probably get to know them and say, gee, we were up in arms for nothing. But while you remember that it wasn't for nothing, please let me still sit here, because I enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a 5-minute rule still on the council floor. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I begin my remarks, I'm required to disclose I'm a board member of the Lowell Parks and Conservation Trust. The Land Trust has had some discussions with Mr. Daley, potentially acquiring some of this land should this project go forward. I haven't been part of those discussions, but I know they have taken place. In any event, I am. There's no financial interest in this project for me, but because of that perception, I filed a disclosure with the clerk earlier today, and I think I'm able to participate in this vote. That being said, I don't support the rezoning for a number of reasons, and let me start. I am impressed with Mr. Daley's work. Certainly, there are many people here to speak to his character, and I know his family not well, but everything I know about them is good. So I don't, as Attorney Murphy said, this is not about Mr. Daley's character, because I for one don't know anything that would impugn that character, nor would anything impugn his work. And I had the opportunity to tour his facility, to see what work they did with solar panels there, and was very impressed with what I saw. In fact, this council supported that project. But this is about this particular piece of land and this neighborhood. And, the city council has been through a rezoning of this property. We haven't considered taking this up as in a vacuum. It took this project to come forward. So one of the neighbors talked about if the council wanted to attract this type of residential development, maybe we should do that, and maybe we should. But even if that were the case, I'm not sure this is the spot for that. I've been up and down Westview Road many times in my life. I hadn't been there in quite a while, so I went there today. And interestingly enough, there were 2 kind of heavy construction vehicles on the road. And I don't know what they were doing. It looked like tree removal, but they were waiting. There were 2 cars backed up behind them, and I had to wait. So it wasn't a long wait. I wasn't terribly inconvenienced. But eventually,
you know, someone in one of the cars in front of me waved me past, and the other one waved me past, and I was able to proceed down the end of the road. And there has been a lot of development at the end of what, you know, was a pretty long dead-end street. And I hadn't been there in a while and hadn't seen all of it. But you know, it just reinforced to me what I've heard here tonight, that it's a problem. The narrow width of this road at the end is a problem. And I don't see why we should continue to burden that. You know, there may be the access from Old Canal Drive sounds like that would never happen. Potentially there are other accesses to link it up to Rindo, probably not easily done, or it would have been done long before now. But in any event, I think to rezone this property would add to that problem. While I was there, somebody, you know, was concerned, came out and approached me. Why are you here? You know, this is a quiet street. I mean, it's, and then that person proceeded to tell me they're in favor of the project, yet they didn't want me wait in a line of traffic that was only 3 cars long. So, as Councilor Mercier said, these are difficult issues. I don't, you know, I don't think anyone envies us in this position. I certainly respect her view and respect the view of others, but for the reasons stated, I'm not going to vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I start, I'd like to ask Adam Bakey a question. Mr. Daly had left the book with the councilors, and one of the concerns I had is the old Middlesex Canal runs near the property, not too close. But in the book it said it wasn't part of the protected neighborhoods in the Historical Society, in the neighborhood historical areas we have. I had another concern, though. It's more of a national landmark out there. How would this impede with the project?
Sure. The old Middlesex Canal, the entire right-of-way for the old Middlesex Canal, plus a portion of land on either side of it for its entire length through Lowell and presumably through Chelmsford and Billerica, et cetera, is on the National Register of Historic Places, and it enjoys some other federal designations as a historic engineering landmark. However, it is correct that it is not one of the neighborhood historic districts in the city of Lowell, so there is no local historic board jurisdiction over it. And the federal designations would only impact the development to the extent that if the developer were seeking either a state or federal permit or financing for the project. If that were the case, then there is a state-based, federally legislated as well as state legislated historic review process that he would have to undertake to address and mitigate any potential impacts of the project. If he does not utilize any state or federal funds or require any state or federal permits, that won't come into play either.
That won't, okay. Sure.
The old Middlesex Canal Commission wrote a letter in support of this project, so that they were quite excited about the fact that we were going to finally give first access probably in the state or in the country to the oldest canal in the country, but we're going to provide access and parking to the area.
I did see that, and the question, and the reason why I asked Mr. Bakey the question, if this proposal passes tonight, you'll be going back to planning, you'll be going back to conservation, definitely, and I thought there may be a possibility you may be going before the historical board, but I guess not. And that's the question I had, but I want to make that clear before I went further. This is, as the two councilors mentioned earlier, it's a very, very difficult decision. And one thing I want to say, I want to apologize to the speaker who got up earlier from traffic. Since I've been on the council, if you come in from out of town, a councilor sponsors you. And the reason is I was going to sponsor you to speak, where you're not from Lowell. But I just wanted to make that point. And again, you know, this is a very difficult decision, and I've weighed it back and forth. It's a great project. I don't think I can support it. Walking through the neighborhoods the past couple of weeks, I've gone into a couple of areas where one area specifically, there was a new development off Route 38. And when I talked to the neighbors, you know, how's the quality of life over here? How's everything going? There was an extension of a street put in. And I don't know if it was this year, last year, but it added a few houses, and some of the neighbors were upset. I'm sitting here tonight, and I looked at the pension from the neighbors. They're not happy. The golf club, who is next door, you know, I sit here and I look at the tax revenues that the city could bring in, and I know even if I voted yes tonight, this isn't the final step. It goes before at least 2 more boards and back to this council. So my vote tonight wouldn't approve it if I approved it. The reason I've decided is I sit here and listen. When I get elected to public office, in my opinion, anyway, it's to stand up for the little guy who doesn't really have much to fight back with. And, you know, the opportunity to advocate for those who can't advocate for themselves. And I'm looking at this tonight, and I think the plans are good. The housing is good. The idea for taxes down the line. But the people in the area just don't want it. And, you know, as a city councilor, as I said, I look back when I campaigned and talked to people. And just basically, just stepping up for people who don't want something in their neighborhood. And that's why, basically, I'm going to oppose the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not opening this up for public discussion. We've already held the public hearing. Yeah, well, there should have been a suspension of the rules for that, but I think he was answering Councilor Laurie's question. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there should have been a suspension of the rules. If somebody would like to make a suspension of the rules right now to allow the man to speak, then I'd be happy to do that. But until we have that. Motion by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Mercia. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. You may speak.
It's only one thing that I have to correct. Everybody's talking about the monies that the city will take from the real estate tax. I own a house, which is my house is $550,000, which I pay taxes for it. I pay $5,400 a year. If they're going to put 7 houses, that's $35,000. Where is this $100,000 they've been throwing around? Or at the beginning, it was much more than that. Now they're talking $35,000 a year. Where is all this money that they're talking about that the city will make? Is $35,000 is worth what take away from us, from the whole street, from the whole neighborhood? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bertos. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councilor Leahy.
Sure, thank you. I think as we sit here tonight, this is a difficult decision. We've heard from a number of people in support of it, and we've heard from and seen the petition of people on the street that do not want it. But I think our decision here tonight is to try to decide what's better for the overall city, taking in consideration what the people in the neighborhood want. And I'm sure that as the project develops, it still goes through the planning board and conservation boards. I would imagine that some of the street concerns would be addressed also. It's not a promise, but I would imagine they would. So I think after what I saw here tonight, I'm going to support the project. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilman Donza.
I know we've heard lots of wonderful things from lots of respectable people on both sides of this issue. It certainly would be a difficult decision to make. For me, though, I think that I'm going to defer to the people that live there, that will be neighbors to this property long after, if this project proceeds. And it's not impossible to build on this site. It would just require a special permit. And obviously, a previous developer has gone through that process and has not been successful. But it's not entirely impossible to build residential as it's currently zoned. And so, given that, I'm going to defer to the neighbors of this property who are asking that it remain zoned as it is.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Noon.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very difficult, to say the least. I bring into this my experience with the Zoning Board of Appeal for those years. Also, in keeping the neighborhood in mind, after hearing everyone talk about all the pro and con, I feel that the access to these 7 acres through Stedman and Old Canal Road is seriously challenging. I don't think it's going to happen. There's not real possibility that we're going to use that industrial zoned, the 10 acre, through either one of those roads. You have to come through Westview to keep this, industrial zoned alive. You have to go through Westview. And with that, I think the impact on the neighborhood is much greater. And I thought also when Mr. Daly came before us, when we referred this to the planning board, the original proposal was 11 home. I know that they have to go before the planning board for site plan review, and they have to go before conservation for flood plan. I feel that the reduction from 11 home to 7, maybe to lesser, when they go before the planning board for site plan review, comfort me a little more in terms of waiting what's the use of that area, what's the good use of that area will be less impacts to the neighborhood. And I thought of it, and after hearing everyone, I came in here today, was not, prepared to vote either way. But after hearing both sides, and after hearing that almost not possibility at all to have access through Stedman and Old Canal Road for this industrial 10 acres land, I feel that the best use at this time would be a residential, and I am planning to vote in supporting of rezoning tonight, knowing that, entrusting on the planning board to do their best in terms of do the site plan review and the conservation for do their best in making sure that we preserve the wetland area. And let me just add one other thing. I know that we are not here tonight to talk about Mr. Daly. I have seen from Saturn on Zoning Board of Appeal his work, how he's prepared before the Zoning Board of Appeal. It was thorough, with the consideration of the neighborhood in mind, and he have proved himself to be a great developer. So with that said, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the zoning change? Councilor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Mr. Backey was up here earlier. I wonder if I could ask you a couple of questions. Mr. Backey, does the city have a position on this? Or, does the city have a position on this rezoning?
Counselor, I really, unfortunately, can't take a position on this one. This particular circumstance with this particular zoning amendment, the law department, the the city solicitor had to recuse herself from it because of potential for conflict, and as a result, I had to contract with outside counsel to prepare this, and as a result, I'd like to maintain that I don't have an interest one way or the other in the property. I'm happy to answer any technical questions you may have about what's possible, what's not, and what's legal and what's not with respect to the zoning, but I really am not in a position where I'm going to take a position in favor or in opposition to it.
Okay, that makes sense. So my question would be, this is zone light industrial. From a planning perspective, why do you feel it once was? I know someone may have addressed it from one of the sides. Well, why do you feel? I mean, this piece of property was zoned, and should it still be zoned, considering how closely it abuts this neighborhood?
Is the question, why do I think it was zoned light industrial?
Well, why was it, and should it still be? I mean,
I can't speak precisely to why it was, because I think it was zoned industrial in the mid-1960s and has been ever since. I think it appears that it was zoned industrial in conjunction with a lot of the surrounding property that has subsequently been developed as industrial on Stedman Street and on Old Canal Drive. But again, I was clearly not part of the decision-making process back in the 1960s when it was decided to be industrial at that time.
right, but when we went through our rezoning, we rezoned the entire city. This is my question: why was that piece of property? Why did it remain light industrial, or as it was originally zoned? Why didn't we change it? Or?
At that time, one of the recommendations that was in the master plan was that land that was zoned industrial and had development potential, but had not been developed, if there was any potential for future industrial use, the preference for purposes of preserving the potential industrial tax base of the city was to retain parcels in industrial zoning where there wasn't a compelling reason to rezone them in another way.
Okay, I think that answers. So we didn't think that it was compelling enough reason to rezone this piece of property?
Well, again, ultimately it was the council that made the decisions back in 2004 to rezone. So it really would have been those who were on the council at the time who were weighing whether or not there was a compelling reason to rezone it. The justification for leaving it not rezoned appears to be that clause in the master plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand, because I sat here and I know I supported the rezoning in the master plan, and so thank you. I appreciate that. Just on traffic on Westview and the width of the street, is that one of the streets that's been accepted? Well, I know that's the engineer's office. So, Mr. Manager, has Westview been, I'm going to presume it hasn't been accepted because of the dimensions of the street, but...
Do you happen to know that? I don't know that off the top of my head.
I believe portions of Westview have been accepted and portions have not.
Okay. So the roadway improvements, regardless of this piece of this development, shouldn't they be, shouldn't we be addressing, the width issues at certain locations on that street? Because like all of us, I have been down there and it was noticeable.
It's on the list along with a number of other streets in the city that have not been fully accepted. So it's on the list, and probably of there are other streets that are probably longer and are newer that are more should have been accepted before this one was would be.
So some of these trees that clearly are in the way, can they be taken down, or is there opposition to be taken down? I mean, some of them...
Well, I would anticipate that there's probably opposition.
I mean, I don't like to take trees down, I'm sorry. Let me just make that clear.
Right. I would anticipate that there's probably opposition, and again, we'd have to look at the layout of this and understand where those trees are in relation to the layout.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I think, like all of my colleagues here, these are the votes that are not easy because you're weighing what is in the best interest of the city, as well as you always want to support the neighbors. And it's a tough one. I've been down the street, there are some concerns there, but I have to say, I don't know who mentioned it, maybe it was a civil engineer who has experience with wetlands and projects of this nature. But I am concerned with this piece of property ever possibly being developed as light industrial or industrial. I have learned in life, never say never. And in this day and age, where land is becoming, or is very valuable, I mean, who knows with FW Webb? I know we have a letter here saying that, you know, they have no interest in it. But what if they go out of business? What if there's a business transaction? I really have some serious reservations on keeping this light industrial. And I'm sure the neighbors do as well. So, and are there some obstacles to overcome if this were to be developed into light industrial complex? Absolutely. Are there developers out there looking to use every possible federal, state, local incentive to develop properties? Absolutely. So we look at, you know, we sit here every week. We look to reduce taxes. We look to gain revenue. We need so many more jobs out in this community and elsewhere. Those are the things that we weigh. And I don't know Mr. Daly. I just met him recently, you know, having a discussion about this. I do know some of the properties. He has come before the council in the past. And it's not about his character, but to some degree it is, because you need credible developers that'll come in, tell you the truth, tell you what they're going to do, and stand by their word. And so far, what I have seen is he has done that. So, but we have to make a decision, and I feel that what's in the best interest of the city, and to develop this piece of property is residential. And I know neighbors are going to be upset. I always want to support the neighborhood. I think I always have. But this is a good development. It's a lot better than light industrial. I think it removes any opportunity for this to be developed as residential. There's conservation space. It's going to be a green building development in the community. And I think it'll be a good thing for the city. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I learned a long time ago that for public hearings, it's best to wait until all the evidence comes in before you make up your mind. And when I came into City Hall tonight, I was still unsure as how I was going to vote. I think that the arguments on both sides have been good. I think what you've seen from the people that have come up is that there are neighbors on Westview Road who disagree on whether this is a good idea or is it not a good idea. There are members of Mount Pleasant who disagree on whether or not this is a good idea or not a good idea. I think for me, what's important to remember is that what's before this city council is just the zoning change, and that's it. Not the development, not Mr. Daly or anything else. It is the zoning change. And if you look at the map, this particular map, what makes this portion of the light industrial area so difficult to develop is the wetlands area that are on the map. There are other areas that maybe are developable, but I think, and I'm convinced that this little portion will never be developed with any type of industrial development. And I think that if there was a proposal before us here this evening for industrial development, we'd probably have more neighbors than what we have now. And so if the land is not suitable for industrial development, then it's proper and in the best interest of the city to zone it residential. And it becomes easy if you look at it that way. What makes it be more difficult is the way that, is the width of Westview Road. And I don't know, maybe it's because the street was developed piecemeal or whatever, but I've gone down there in the summer without snow or anything else, and you have to negotiate your way down that street, down and back. It's just too narrow to travel too fast. This is, for me, it's not that there's too much traffic on the street or that this development will bring extra traffic on the street. It is, for me, just that the street is, it's a narrow street. And that's the only curveball in this whole thing. But what's before the city council tonight is not the development and not whether there's going to be 7 homes or 11 homes or anything else. That's for other boards to decide what is best. What's before us is the zoning change. And I have to support the zoning change. I think that, I think it makes sense. I think it's unrealistic to expect that there would be any industrial development in that area at any time. And Councilor Elliott is right, you never say never, but when you look at the wetlands area there, you can say just about never. And so I will be voting for the zoning change.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Donza.
Just procedurally, in the letter that we received, it asked that we first substitute the description attached for the original, and that we vote on this rather than the original. So just procedurally, I'm not sure what we need to do, but to make sure that as the zoning is voted, that we're voting on the legal description on the second page.
Could Mr. Bakey speak to that point?
An issue that emerged during the planning board public hearing process on this was that the original legal description that was submitted for the area to be rezoned included the entirety of the parcel in question, but it also included a narrow right-of-way that's located to the northwest of the parcel. You can see it pretty clearly on the map there. It's between the little red line and the black dotted line on the map that shows the light industrial zone in purple there. And that right-of-way separates the Mount Pleasant Golf Course from this parcel. And in the absence of the petitioners being able to demonstrate that they had fee ownership in that, the ownership of the land of that right-of-way defers to part the golf course and part them. The golf course has submitted their opposition to this proposal. Typically, the council does not vote on private petitions to support zoning changes where the impacted property owner opposes it. And as a result, we informed the petitioner of that, and the petitioner submitted the alternate description that removes that little right-of-way from the area to be rezoned, so that the only if you use the substitute legal description, that is the land that only the land that the petitioner has site control of and does not impact any land that may be owned by the golf course.
Councilman Donza.
With that, I'll make the motion that we amend the request by substituting this legal description.
Motion to amend the request by Councilman Donza, seconded by Councilor Noon. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilman Donza.
Procedurally again, a zoning change, is that a simple majority or does it require?
Requires 6 votes.
2/3?
Yes.
Thank you.
On the motion? Councilman Ryan?
On the motion or the amendment?
On the motion to amend.
Okay.
Yes. Does it require a roll call? Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. On the actual ordinance, entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as amended.
Motion to approve is amended. Seconded. Seconded by Councilor Leahy. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Laurie.
No.
Counselor Martin.
No.
Counselor Madonza.
No.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Counselor Nuam.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
5 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you. Thank you for the speakers tonight. Next, we have, moving back to the city manager's portion of the agenda, we have the communication report and recommendation from the planning board regarding the proposed amendment extending the SSF zoning district to include a portion of the parcel located at 219 Westview Road. Motion to accept, place on file by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Madonza. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, communication report and recommendation from the planning board regarding the proposed amendment extending the UMU zoning district to include parcels on Mount Vernon Street, School Street, and Broadway. Motion to accept and place on file by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have the constable bond of Juan Pedrosa for approval for the term of January 4th, 2011 through January 7th, 2014. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Noon. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have
Yeah.
communication. Councilor Elliott.
Excuse me, I wonder if I could suspend the rules and take one of my motions out of order. There are 2 people that are here. They've been very patient, and I just want to speak on
Sure.
it. It's
Motion to suspend the rules by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted.
And it's item number 30, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilor Elliott, request the city manager have inspectional services address the drainage issue at the homes at Rogers Fort Hill development.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kennedy. Councilor Elliott.
If it's all right, if we could have the people that would like to speak.
Clerk has the names.
Matthew Mangles.
Yes. Hi, my name is Matthew Mangles. I live at 73 Hank Street in Lowell, which is a portion of the Rogers Fort Hill condo development. By way of very brief history, it's one of the newer developments in the city, I think, at the corner of Hanks and Rogers Street. Many of you might know it as the old YWCA facility. It's a development that's been in progress for about 7 years now, and we're very happy to say is nearing completion, possibly within days of completion. We are here tonight to ask that the city take a very close look at the history of the site plan development, excuse me, the site plan, and reconcile that with the work complete. It's a great development. You've got 20 units sold right now with a lot of very happy people. But we're at the 11th hour, and there are some key issues that still need to be resolved. There are things that have been on a builder's punch list that we've heard for a long time will be resolved, and the city has issued occupancy permits over the past 5 years while these things haven't been resolved. Specifically, is top coat paving. The entire project has a binder coat of paver applied to it. We were told for the longest time by the builder that that was all that they were going to do, knowing that that's not what the city requirements are. We've been working with city services since May specifically on this issue. We brought it up in previous years and didn't get a favorable response, but the city has been fantastic this year since May. We've been working with John Cady and others, Joe Janowitz and others. However, timing has become of the essence. We have paving crews on site doing patches today with anticipation of completing this probably by the end of the week. The developer has performed a drainage analysis because it's come to the attention of the city in the last month or so that additional drainage is needed for the last phase of the property. One of the reasons we're asking for this careful review is that when we read the drainage analysis, this was submitted to the city on September 19th, there seemed to be some material defects in the calculations. For example, developer was put in storm drains to cover runoff. The analysis specifically says that the runoff is only to be handled from the pavement areas. It excludes any runoff that comes from the roofs of the buildings that are on that part of the project. If it were a one-story house or a single-family house, that would probably be fine. We're talking about a gymnasium building. That roof is a lot of water. In fact, if my calculations, and I'm not an engineer, are correct, I think the analysis could be off by about 30%. Because of that, before finish coat gets applied to the project, we're asking that inspectional services take a look at that, as well as some of the other issues that are still outstanding on this punch list, as soon as possible. Again, we've got paving trucks on property when I left it at 6 o'clock tonight. I think that was the major issue. Yeah, drainage is the primary issue that we're looking at right now. There are other issues regarding the historic permits and whatnot that need to be abided by, but the drainage is the one that if it's not taken care of properly, as the representative of the Master Association, we could be stuck with a 5-digit bill in very short order for something that should be handled now. It's part of what we paid for when we bought into the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? No. Okay. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. I think the speaker brought forward the issues. I went over there and I did take a look at the property and looked at the drainage issues, and they all concurred that inspectional services has been involved for quite some time. But this punch, occupancy permits have been issued, under the understanding that these punch list items were going to be addressed, and they're not. And I understand their concerns. It's, the developer has applied for, occupancy permits for the last 4 or 8 units, and so I understand their concerns. There is just a top coat. There are some drainage issues. They're visible to the, to me, to the average person, and they certainly have been living with it. So I just want to file a motion. They want to come down and speak, Mr. Manager, and if inspectional services can continue to follow up and make sure, and I have to say the drainage issues are significant, and the city has required, I was there last Thursday, and they were installing some additional drains, which absolutely are required, but there are still some more issues. So in any event, that's the motion, and I appreciate the support.
Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you. I could ask the speaker just a couple of questions. Did you... Hi,
Councilor.
You live in one of the units along Hanks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Part of that project is the gymnasium building?
Correct.
The brick building. Have those units been completed?
Those are the ones that we're talking about right now.
Okay.
That is the last phase of the project.
Yes.
We're at the stage where the developer is seeking occupancy permits
For
for those units in particular. Once they receive those, they have control. They've released their control of the property.
Okay, all right, thanks. Mr. Mayor, through you to the city solicitor's office. This particular project, my recollection is that the developer for this project has litigation pending regarding a decision of the planning board or something before the city. Is that true?
Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know if Adam is aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm not aware of that. I don't know if Adam is aware of that.
Well, you're not aware of that?
What is the, do you have a specific case that you're referring to?
Yes. I thought that there was litigation pending between the developer and the planning board over maybe the number of units that were allowed.
We certainly can look into that, but I'm not aware of that being the case.
I'll have to double check on that too.
Okay. Do you recall giving us a list?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it
pretty
was
sure
on the list.
Okay. Is it? Okay.
It was on the list, yeah.
Okay, well, anyways, I mean, I guess the the intent of Councilor Elliott's motion, which I fully support, is we should try to make sure that those, that before the developer gets out of there, that he addresses everything and does everything that he's supposed to do closing out. Right, Mr. Manager, would agree with that?
Yeah. I would assume that that's what we would be doing.
Yes.
But I'm glad that the Councilor Elliott brought it in, and I'm glad the speakers were here to bring our attention to it, so to make sure that it does occur. But that's what's supposed to occur, and we will make sure that it does.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Dick Snetsky. I live at 43 Hanks, and I'm also on the board of the association. The key here is that we address those final issues like immediately before the finished coat of paving goes down. In fairness to the developer, he's agreed to do the final coat even though he had been resisting it for some time, and he's going to spend some money doing it. If there's additional drains and things that need to be put in, maybe that final coat of paving better be stopped for a day or two until this is resolved by the city. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Lowry and then Councilor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the gentleman was speaking, I sat down next to Mr. Bakey. That development on Hank Street, I was the letter carrier over there at the time, and I believe that's when the historical district started, and it was that development that kicked off the historical districts in the city, if I remember right, yeah. I just wanted to make that point. It was just, and I'm going to support, obviously, Mr. Elliott's motion, Councilor Elliott's motion.
Thank you. Councilor Leahy.
Thank you. I support the motion. I did have one question. I know that they're trying to address the drainage problems, but I don't know if the manager would know, Mr. Backey. On a project that size, do you need to use the new asphalt system where the water goes through? Because I've been on a few jobs lately where they use this new technology and the water, yeah, it's permeable and it goes right through. So is that a requirement today, or?
I don't believe that applies.
It's not a requirement, but it is one of a number of solutions people can use. What the city engineers are requiring on projects, almost all projects over a very small amount of paving, is that as part of doing it, they improve the amount of stormwater that is retained and recharged into the ground on site, as opposed to flowing off of the property into the combined sewer system that the city has. And frankly, one of the better solutions people can employ to do that is to use the permeable paving. But there's no requirement, and the city doesn't have at this point the ability to force people to use that particular solution. They could use alternate solutions as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Martin.
Just, I fully support the motion. I think we should try and help address these folks' concerns. If whatever action's taken, whatever report back, if we could just get an update on that litigation. Actually, I was surprised to see that case on the list because it's apparent that the project's going forward. It might be another phase or something, but just so we know where that stands also.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. While we're still under suspension, Councilor Mercer, you have a motion? There's a speaker on one of your motions?
No, he left me a paper saying that he wasn't feeling well, so he went home.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to that later then. Returning to the manager's portion of the agenda, we have a communication from the city manager, request approval of out-of-state travel for the Lowell Police Department. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move for approval by Councilor Lowry, seconded by Councilor Martin. Councilor Mendonça.
There are two requests in the packet.
Right.
There's only one on the agenda, so I wasn't sure.
They both should be taken up.
They both should.
Mr. Manager.
And a separate question to the manager through the mayor. Someone asked me this morning on how the hotels and airlines are selected. Do Does each individual book their own, or does the city get involved in booking those? The insinuation was that we could get better prices and save the taxpayers some dollars, so I just thought I'd ask the question on what the procedure might be. I don't know if you have the answer this evening.
Generally, the hotels that go with these training are part of the conference or the training. They're held at those locations, and usually there's a discounted rate that goes with that because they're bought along those lines.
What about the airlines? When there's air travel?
That's a good question. I mean, I think they buy them and go on Expedia and try to, not to do a commercial for Expedia, but to do that and get the cheapest possible price, but we'll double check that.
Is that, yeah, just let me know if it's done by the individual or if the city procurement gets involved.
Yeah, generally, I think it's done by the department itself, not necessarily by the purchasing office, but we'll take a look at that and see if there's some savings that could be realized there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Noon and then Councilor Mercy.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it's all 5 officers in total, and 3 is from the SMART grant. The other 2 is from the STEP budget. Right. So I would suggest that we take them up together, if need be.
Yeah,
Councilor Mercy.
that's what I would have said. Seconded. I'll second it.
Motion by Councilor Noon, seconded by Councilor Mercy to take the 2 together. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. We received a report from Lowell Police Department this week from it was from Mr. Moses to the manager, stated the 20th. I was in my packet anyway. But my question is, my concern actually is under travel and training. This is the Law Enforcement Trust Fund accounts, and these are the accounts where when there's drugs confiscated that it goes back to the city, and it can be used for various law enforcement purposes. But as I looked at under the Justice Fund the expenses, I notice of the total expenses that were encumbered this last quarter that almost 36% of the funds expended were for travel and training. And I thought that was a little bit high, Mr. Manager, and I know this is under the purview of, and it's very specific in the legislation of the chief of police, but, and I know this doesn't include this next, I'm going to presume it doesn't include the latest trip, or the next trip to, when 6 officers are going to San Diego, but in spite of in light of the fact that we have some serious crime issues, it just seems like there should be a little bit of a different focus on where this money is spent. And I do see it's, I do see it spent in other areas, but that number just jumped out at me, so I did quick calculation. It was like 36%, which that's a significant amount. I didn't see any money spent on overtime. Which was a concern, and considering, we do hear a lot about overtime, why none of this money was spent on overtime. And I know we've had this discussion in the past, Mr. Manager, that you can't supplant, and the legislation is very clear, but it seems that we should be designating, it was 116,000 in justice funds, there was 19,000 in state funds, and none was spent on overtime. So I just want to call you to your attention. Maybe the chief can, take a look at this and put it in areas where I think we really need to spend some money. Thank you.
If I may, just quickly, we will do that, Councilor. And there are, as you point out, the statute is very specific on what you can do with it and what you can't do with it. And the city, of course, has gone through its own audits in the past with this and questions raised. And I think on the overtime, there are limits on what you can do with that. And what we try to do with this is buy equipment, buy supplies for the police department. I know we bought the bulletproof vests. We bought new guns for the department. We've done some other things along those lines. But we try to use this for the training and education of our police officers. The two proposals that you have before you tonight don't come from this particular account, as I know you know, but the chief made quite a compelling argument even at the meeting we recently had at the Centerville Neighborhood Association, where the value of these, for instance, the International Association of Chiefs of Police that he'll be attending, the networking that takes place there that produces the support from the federal government for many of the grants that we apply for. But I think you raised some valid questions, and we'll get you an answers to some of those questions.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Council Lori.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Mendoza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Mercia.
could I please suspend the rules and allow Tom Bellegarde's item about the cemetery transfer to come in? He's a city worker that probably has to get up early in the morning.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules by Councilor Mercia, seconded by Councilor Noon. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
It's a
So voted.
cemetery transfer,
25.
number 25, yes.
We have the vote to transfer $30,000 to the cemetery department. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Leahy. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title, in City Council vote. Order for the removal of trees, brushes, I assume that's bushes, and repair and service of monuments in Edson West Lawn Cemetery. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Elliott. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Council Lori.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Mendoza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the ordinance to amend Chapter 176, Article 1, entitled Rental Property. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Martin. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title. In City Council Ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 176, Article 1 thereof, entitled Rental Property. I'd entertain a motion to refer to a public hearing on October 9th. So moved by Councilor Kennedy, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have an ordinance to amend Chapter 150, Fees, Development Services Fees. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Mendoza, seconded by Councilor Noon. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title, in City Council Ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 150 thereof, entitled Fees. Entertain a motion to
So moved.
refer to a public hearing on October 9th, I believe. Yes, October 9th. So moved by Councilor Kennedy, seconded by Councilor Laurie. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have an ordinance to amend. Councilor Leahy.
I had a request on that. On the report we got, which I can't find right now, but it showed the 5% increase fee. Is that what it was in the box on the report? Yeah, that's what we just,
We're on the development services fee.
okay, so I got the wrong one. Okay.
It's coming up
All
soon
right,
enough.
Thank you.
We have the Ordinance to amend Chapter 227, Article 2, entitled Vacant and Foreclosing Property. Motion to waive the full reading by Counsel Kennedy, seconded by Counsel Leahy. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 227, Article 2 thereof, entitled Vacant and Foreclosing Property. Entertain a motion to refer to a public hearing on October 9th. So moved by Counsel Kennedy, seconded by Counsel Mendonça. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have ordinance amend Chapter 150 fees, amend certain electrical sections. Motion to waive the full reading by Counsel Mendonça, seconded by Counsel Laurie. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title. In City Council ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 150 thereof, entitled fees. Counsel Leahy.
Thank you. Just one request, when we get these reports, could you give us the old fee? Is this the new fee that it's going up to? All right, could we get like another column when these come out so we just know what the old fee was and what it's going up? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Entertain a motion to refer to a public hearing for October 9th. So moved by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Kennedy. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, ordinance, Chapter 266, Vehicles and Traffic. Rescind winter all-night parking ban. Motion to waive the full reading by Counsel Mendonça, seconded by Counsel Noon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Lowell, Massachusetts, the code with respect to Chapter 266, entitled Vehicles and Traffic. Motion to waive the full motion to refer to a public hearing on October 9th by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Kennedy. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have a communication. Accept the resignation of William Merrill of the Elections Commission. So moved by Counsel Noon, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Any discussion? All those, Counsel Noon.
Mr. Mayor, if we could send a letter of thank you to Mr. Merrill for the service he provided to the city in the Election Commission office.
Thank you. Seconded by Counsel Mendonça. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have a communication to appoint Wei Sai Ki and reappoint Eleanor Mondale and Joseph Varney to the Immigration Commission.
We have Mr. Way here. Way, there he is.
Thank you for being here. Any discussion? This actually requires a vote. Yep. Motion to approve by Counsel Kennedy, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Norton.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
And 9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have a vote to apply, accept, and expend $886,545 for the HUD homeless assistance. Motion to waive the full reading by Counsel Martin, seconded by Counsel Laurie. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council vote. Approving the application to apply, accept, and expend funds in the amount of $886,545 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for homeless assistance services. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Councilor Mercia, seconded by Councilor Martin. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Norton.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have a vote to authorize the manager on behalf of the city to become a member in the Central Massachusetts Mosquito Control Project for a minimum 3-year period. Motion to waive the full reading by Counsel Mercia, seconded by Counsel Noon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council vote. authorizing city manager on behalf of the city of Lowell to become a member in the Central Massachusetts Mosquito Control Project for a minimum 3-year period pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 252, Section 5A, and other applicable sections of said law, or take any action relative thereto. What's the wish of the council? Move for approval by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Kennedy.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Kennedy and then Councilor Mendoza.
Thank you. Through you to the manager. Mr. Manager, how much is this going to cost? This will start when, next year?
Correct.
Okay. And how much is it per year?
I believe the estimate we have is about between $68,000 and $70,000.
Okay. And we think that's for all 3 years, about roughly?
Roughly,
Yep.
yes.
And what do we get for that?
Well, we get regular testing throughout the year, and we also get spraying of areas that are particularly deemed to be particularly sensitive to mosquito infestation, and we get quite a bit of educational and public information assistance as well.
Now, who does the spraying?
The actual mosquito control people come out, and they either contract or utilize their own personnel.
Okay. And do they only spray if the testing has shown that there's a problem? In other words, you know what I mean?
They do some preventative spraying as well.
They
my
do?
understanding, yes.
Okay. And so who deems what areas are the important areas?
Well, we can refer areas to them, and they will do work out in those areas, and they will. They also do it on their own. So it's a combination.
Okay. And is the price of the 68 to 70,000, is that based on the street mileage that we have? Or
I believe it is. Yes, that's my understanding from Mr. Singleton.
Okay, so if we were Dunstable, maybe it would be $5 grand or something like that?
It would be less, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You're pretty sure about that?
I'm pretty sure, but I'll double check that for you.
Thank you.
Is that similar to the response you asked for earlier in the evening? If I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Councilor Martin.
Right. I had similar questions, but I assume we just can't say, all right, we want all these streets sprayed every week, right? I mean, there's going to be some, and they have, I would imagine, a fair amount of say, or they bill you back, right?
Correct.
If you go beyond.
There is some, I had some experience, not a tremendous amount of experience, but I had some experience with them over in the town of Chelmsford, and it was routine to have them, to direct them out to certain areas where they would do some spraying at the request of the community.
All right. So I imagine Councilor Kennedy's going to have real concerns about Clark Road. Now, I would never weigh in on Clark Road like that, but, I mean, we can't say go spray Clark Road every week.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Correct.
I just would remind Councilor Martin that I'm not the one that has a body of water in my backyard.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Councilor Mendoza.
Yeah, it's always difficult when we have to expend money, but recently we've had 2 cases of West Nile virus, which is very serious illness when it's contracted by people. And because we were not in the district, we have no way of knowing within our borders what the threat level is.
Right.
They're basically setting our threat level based on what they're finding in the surrounding towns and cases that have been identified. And because the threat is increasing, I think it's important for the public health of the community that we at least have or be in a control district so that they can do testing and that they can determine whether spraying is needed or not. And we could then make the case that we need it. Whereas right now, we couldn't even ask, we'd have to do it ourselves.
Correct.
And then this way, we'll have better idea of what the threat is within the borders of Lowell, and that they'll be doing some spraying for us as they perceive a threat from their testing. So I think it's something we really need to do given the circumstances we're in now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Elliott.
Excuse me, thank you. I know I had filed the motion some time ago, and this is a good thing, Mr. Manager. There is an increased threat, and do we know exactly where it's going to be or how intense or involved it's going to be? No. But I think, some communities, even up to last week are canceling evening activities because there is a concern. And so I think it's important that we move forward. I know it is an expense. It comes off the cherry sheet, when we get our local aid. But I think it's important to let people in the city know and to reassure them that, come the next year at this time, we'll have coverage. There'll be testing, and we're going to take every precautionary measure that we can to prevent even one case from happening, because as was mentioned, it's getting worse, and by all accounts, it's things are going to get worse. So in any event, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have the ordinance to amend Chapter 272. Next, we have the vote to accept provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 149, Section 33E, leave of absence for organ donors. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Mendonça, seconded by Councilor Nguyen. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council vote, accepting the provisions of Section 33E of Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws regarding leave of absence to serve as organ donor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question for
Laurie,
the solicitor.
Sure.
I think it was last April, the mayor and I sponsored a motion to allow City of Lowell employees to take 30 days off with pay. Would this in any way have any problems with what we did?
In adopting the Mass General Laws, the Mass General Laws provides, this particular section provides pretty much exactly what you had originally proposed, and it's codified already in the general laws.
Okay.
I mean, it would take precedent over any local action once adopted.
Right.
And we would then follow whatever the state law is, but
And-
it currently provides exactly what the council had wanted to do.
And then what we passed in the city would follow behind it.
Any further discussion? Entertain a motion to refer to a public hearing on October 2nd at 7 p.m. by Council Laurie, seconded by Council Leahy. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have an ordinance to amend Chapter 272 regarding annual sewer usage charge. Motion to waive the full reading by Councilor Mendonça, seconded by Councilor Nguyen. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title. In City Council ordinance. An ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, of the City of Lowell, Massachusetts, with respect to Chapter 272, Article 6, Section 272 through 287, entitled Annual Sewer Use Charge. Entertain a motion to refer to a public hearing on October 16th. Motion by Councilor Mendonça, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Any discussion? All those in favor? Councilor Leahy.
Thank you. Through you to the manager. This is just an increase for
Essentially,
services, basically?
well, essentially, it's to pay for the work that's been done out at the wastewater plant and the CSO work over the years. As we look at the sewer enterprise projecting out, the projects that have been approved by prior city councils going back some time will result in that enterprise ending in reaching a deficit position at a certain point in time. By adjusting the rate now, we put off that deficit position for a longer period of time. So this is the memo from Mr. Moses to me points out. This was the last time these rates were increased was back in 2008. So we anticipate that we'll be able to go a little bit further now without, you know, a larger rate increase down the road to deal with the deficit position.
Okay, and just one other question that's sort of related to this, the odor that comes out occasionally.
Yep.
That happens to go right across the river up my street, so I know when it's smells over there. But across the street, how do the people on First Street and Mount Pleasant Street maybe? Because I know we're probably doing the best we can,
Yeah.
but I don't know how those people right across from the water plant,
Yeah,
you know, how they survive over there. That sometimes it's just really bad. I know it's not every day, but
we
once a
actually
month
have
is
gone an entire year now without receiving any, and I'm not encouraging people to call, but without any odor complaints. We've had some issues that people have called with questions, but that's been related more to some trucks coming in. They need to maintain certain coverage. But the sewer plant, the wastewater plant itself has not generated any odor complaints. I know, actually, I remember getting a call from you a few months ago, and we went out and checked that out. And in fact, in that area, it wasn't actually the plant; it was an issue with a sewer line out in that neighborhood that was having some issues that we needed to address. But the plant itself, because of the odor control devices that were approved, or bonded for a few years back, have had a dramatic impact on our the number of odor complaints we've received.
because it did, and honestly, yeah, we haven't smelt it all summer, but in the last week or two, probably smelt it 2 days.
Okay.
And I just assume that it's the plant.
Yeah,
when you smell that
it
stuff.
comes from different. Some of the smells come from different places, but the plant is operating quite well. But we'll follow up again and check on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I live close to the river, and I really haven't had a problem. And a couple of weeks ago, I was walking in the neighborhood up in Centerville, up around Mount Pleasant Street, Bradley Street, and I'm not knocking on doors looking, but if you're out washing your car or, you know, I approach people and talk to them. I think the one issue I heard, and they're really not having an issue, it's, I guess, on heavy rains. If there's an overflow, you might have a problem, and that might have been when you had it. I'm on the river. I know Councilor Mercy is in my area. I haven't heard any neighbors complain to me. But even over in Centerville, and I was out on Mount Pleasant and Bradley and that area, and I think I heard one or two people mention it, but I think they said it was an overflow. So that's.
Thank you. Councilor Kennedy.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager, where are we with those screws? How's that?
That is, I think we still have an issue with one of those at this point, but the wastewater and the law department and our consulting engineering group have done a good job of bringing that under control. We've got the replacement, we got the repairs done, and it seems to be under control. I believe the final screw pump was going to be by the end of this month.
Okay, so one of them's been replaced by the company?
It wasn't actually a replacement, it was just repair work done to.
Okay. But I think when I spoke to you, I think I joked that any minute the fourth one was gonna go.
Right.
So there were three down, so
we've got three fully operational.
Going.
Chris, do you have any addition to that? Because the law department's been working obviously on the contractual issues.
Sure, as the manager was saying, there's one left, and it's just a part that needs to be constructed, and that's what's going to account for the delay. All of the other pumps have been, the defect that they have anticipated was causing the problem. All the pumps, including the pump that they hadn't had any problems with, they've all been looked at and adjusted and repaired, so to speak. And so they're waiting for that other one.
And the plant runs fine as long as there's two in operation?
As long as there's at least one.
At least one?
At least one.
Okay, so when they were down, would that be why there was a problem for Councilor Leahy? Would it have been that?
It wouldn't be, it shouldn't be that.
Yeah.
No, it's more the treatment facility that causes the issues with the odors.
Yep, okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so
No.
voted. Reports, subcommittee reports. We have the Clerk Auditor Oversight Subcommittee of September 25th, 2012. Councilman Donza.
Yes, the subcommittee met this evening at 5:30. Present were myself, Councilor Kennedy, Councilor Martin, and we reviewed the report that provided to the City Council on August 14th regarding an internal audit that the Auditor's Department had done regarding issues at the parking operations. And while we were meeting, all of the City Councils were in attendance: Councilor Noon, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Mercier, Councilor Elliott, Councilor Leahy, and Councilor Laurie. We did go over all the recommendations in that report, and there were things that need to be addressed, I think, by the parking department. Three that come to mind was when the software upgrades are done to the machines, that there needs to be a procedure in place that they be emptied before the software upgrade, so we don't lose what amount there was since the last time it was emptied. There was also something about possibly clarifying the language as to what special circumstances are for pass cards sold monthly for garage use. And there are some other items in there as well that the subcommittee felt we would refer all those recommendations to the manager to be addressed where possible as we move forward. That was the extent of the subcommittee. We adjourned. So the recommendation of the subcommittee is to refer these recommendations to the city manager to be addressed as completely as possible.
Motion to approve the recommendations by Councilman Donza, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just finalized it this week. On October 30th, we're going to have a 5 p.m. Subcommittee meeting with educational, with UMass Lowell. We were hoping to have it on the North Campus or the South Campus. They don't have the facilities right now to show it live through Lowell cable. We were trying to work around that, and then they got the debate. So it was decided, why don't we just come here in October? And it will be October 30th. Probably be talking about UMass upgrades and what's going on over there. But the other thing we'd really like to talk about is the partnership between the two, which Adam Bakey with the DPD and the partnerships we have with the university. The management initiative now is in Pawtuckville and the ACA, any partnerships we have with the university through that program. So that will probably be the agenda, those three items.
Okay. Thank you. Any other subcommittee reports? Councilor Noon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, the clerk have scheduled a zoning subcommittee meeting next Tuesday, that is October 2nd at 5 p.m. to talk about the downtown, the rezoning thing.
Thank you.
The daycare, family daycare. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other subcommittee announcements? Motion to accept as a report of progress by Councilor Mercier, seconded by Councilor Noon. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next, we have motions. Councilor Mercier requests city manager have proper department install stop sign at the top of 10th Street and at Beacon Street to create a four-way stop area.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Noon. Councilor Mercier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. James Comporis, and he lives at 503 Beacon Street. He was here quite a while this evening, but he's fighting off a very bad illness, and he couldn't stay much longer, so he's asking me through this motion to present this for a stop sign at the top of 10th Street at Beacon Street in the Upper Centerville section of the city. He was almost killed there, along with his mother, driving down Beacon Street on Tuesday, September 18th, and a teen or a young man drove up and over that hill at almost about 40 miles an hour. It was very close. And he had told me on the phone that there's already a three-way stop. I'm asking to make it a four-way stop. And I know that you think that you're going up the hill at 10th Street, and who wants to stop at the top of a hill? But actually, there is a higher hill than that, and it's called Christian Street, and people are stopping at the top there because there is a stop sign there. So I'm not setting a precedent. There was already one there. So that is the request on behalf of this gentleman. I'll refer this motion to the traffic engineer for proper study. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Next motion by Councilor Elliott. Request the City Council hold special meeting to address escalating violence in the city and invite State House delegation, District Attorney Leone, and all officials from appropriate law enforcement agencies. Seconded by Councilor Kennedy. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that there was a meeting held several weeks ago, and then there was another meeting held at the Centerville Neighborhood Action Group this past week. So I know that the issue is certainly being taken serious, but back in 2000, I believe it was 2008, at the time, Councilor Caulfield was the chairperson of the Public Safety Subcommittee, and we had a meeting held here. It was televised, and I thought it was very effective. I believe it led to the gang summit. But my point is, you know, the meeting that was held several weeks ago was in the mayor's reception room, and while the newspaper did cover it, I think it would have been better, you know, the people of the city would have been better served to have it out here in the open, which is where the last meeting took place. And at that point, we had all members of the delegation. We had District Attorney Leone himself. We had members of the judicial branch. And it was a collective effort, and I thought it sent a very strong message to the community. And having everybody in one room, letting everybody know what the issues are, what the concerns are, and how we are going to address it, particularly the judicial branch, is something that we need to focus on. And I'm not saying that the meetings that took place before were not important, but I think having a subcommittee meeting or a special meeting of the whole to get everybody we possibly can who has a vested interest, and particularly in the law enforcement branch, to come together and say this is a serious problem. Yes, guns is one problem, but so is drug trafficking, and so is prostitution, and you know, stabbings. There's a major problem with violence, and we need to put every resource that we can. I think at both meetings, Council Mercia, or at least the one that I was at, you know, the issue of guns and what's taking place in our courts. And I think that's a weakness, and we have our officers and we have our law enforcement agencies working overtime, arresting people, and it seems like they're just getting out. And so that's the intent of the motion, to call attention and bring all of the parties, all the law enforcement agencies together, our state delegation. The last time I think it led to special legislation. So I think it's always important to brainstorm, get people in the same room, get us all on the same page, and send a message to the thugs, the people, these criminals in the community that are wreaking havoc and chaos. I shouldn't say chaos, but they're causing problems, and we need to send a message that we're on top of it, and we're calling in all the troops that we can to put a stop to it, as we did in the past. So that's the intent of the motion.
Councilor Martin and Councilor Noon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion. I think obviously this is an important issue, and it needs attention. And I don't want to create the impression that it's not getting attention. And I know Councilor Elliott didn't say that. There have been, I thought, two very instructive meetings already. One here at City Hall, one at the Centerville Neighborhood Action Group. At the second one, the chief talked very much about drugs and gun violence. But I think, when we look at it, the economic development side of what we do here, We're happy to have, state, sometimes federal officials come in, show them what we're doing, and they're usually impressed. And I think oftentimes they make a commitment of resources to us, and I think in turn our track record is to make the best use of those resources. And I think we have a similar track record in law enforcement as well. It doesn't mean we don't need more help at times, and this may be one of those times. So, I'd very much like to have the district attorney here, our state delegation, for a dialogue as to what they can bring for assistance to us, but also to show them what we're doing already. I think we all take this very seriously, and I think it's very important that we have a handle on this. I think the police department does have a pretty good handle on this. Doesn't mean there aren't going to be incidents, but when these types of things happen, people want to be reassured that their government is taking steps to address it. So I think I'm certainly supportive of these efforts in the motion.
Councilor New.
This is an important issues, and the neighborhood came out at the Low Highland. As soon as they shot fire in the Low Highland, they came out. The police also came out, had a meeting, a long discussion on this issue. Subsequently, the second meeting we had was in the Central. Again, we see the partnership between the police and the neighborhood strengthening. Of course, adding partnership in terms of the other law enforcement, such as the DA office or the sheriff office and or any other agency that we can partner is a great thing. However, I feel that, since we have the subcommittee, public safety subcommittee, I would have offer substitute motions that we call a subcommittee meeting, public safety, that is Councilor Martin is chair and Councilor Elliott is member, so do I. So I would offer a substitute motions to that we have invite all party to the table to discuss this, how we go forward, partners, and address these issues on the subcommittee on public safety. That is the motion, the substitute motion.
Substitute motion by Councilor Noon, seconded by Councilman Donza. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Next item has been addressed. If Councilman Donza will take the chair.
Next is a motion by Mayor Murphy. Request city manager explore a plan to install drinking fountains in parks and other public spaces. Seconded by Councilor Lowell. Mayor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a pretty straightforward motion, particularly in light of all the recent motions that Councilor Lowell has made to improve our park spaces. I think this is, as more and more people are able to use those parks and in public spaces, that it makes sense, particularly also given the clean bill of health with the fluoridation issue.
Councilor Noon.
If we may also add that we probably need water here in the council chambers. I mean, really, when I came in, there's no waters over there, so I see a bottle of water. So we have a bottle for ourselves, but then again, our guests who come to attend this meeting don't have any water, so maybe we ought to add it here too. It's important.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you. It's one of the fond memories of my childhood, the things you can do at a public drinking fountain to get, how far you can go to get other people wet, and how upset you can get a parent who was just sending you over to get your brother from the park. But, they were there for many, many years and served a purpose, including public drinking and some others. So support the motion.
Councilor Kennedy and then Councilor Lowell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I would just ask that the manager look at, ask the health department why we don't have those. I mean, it could be that the reason that we don't have them anymore is because of kids like Councilor Martin used to be. But there might be health issues, and maybe that's why they're taken out, right? There used to be one at Shed Park near the tennis courts on Bolson Street, and that's not there anymore. And I really, it's like a phone booth. I'd have a hard time finding one these days.
Councilor Laurie, and then Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Vice Chair Madonza. We didn't have those problems down at Chambers Park. We had a fountain, we didn't break it. But if we're going to put fountains in, and I really do, I support the motion. We have a lot of unique parks here in the city, very old parks, very unique. And if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Let's make them look nice and, you know, not just a piece of metal out of the ground. Let's kind of build them in to the way the park looks, and that was the only comment I have, as I choked.
Councilor Elliott.
Do we know how many, I mean, it's certainly we want to put water at parks. Do we know how many that we would be looking at?
No idea right now. We would have to go out and take a look at that.
What's an average cost of them?
I have no idea.
No? Okay.
I would think, depending upon what you could get something for a couple $100 or something more, you know,
right.
More in line with what Councilor Laurie was thinking that would run several $100.
I do think it's a good idea to have, you know, something basic as a water fountain. Not everybody walks around, or, well, I shouldn't say that. Everyone does seem to walk around with a water bottle. But my other concern is, and I suspect one of the reasons why there aren't as many, and maybe some of them have disappeared, is because they need to be maintained, particularly in the wintertime. I can only speak to one. And unless it's the water is blown out at a particular point in time, then that water fountain is going to break and it's going to be useless. So, and there is a cost there. And if we're looking at, I don't know how many parks, 80 plus 90 parks, I mean, first of all, it's a significant investment. And I just want to make sure, similar to some of the irrigation systems that the city has put in, if we don't maintain them, it's a waste of money because they don't operate. And that's one of the reasons why the fields are in disrepair, because the lines aren't blown out, and there's only so much depth. So if we could include that as part of, how many, and I mean, somebody's going to have to maintain them. I'm sure it's going to fall on the Board of Parks, but it's just a thought that I'm sure that's one of the reasons why there aren't as many.
Mayor Murphy.
Thank you. I think it is important to look, obviously, at the maintenance cost. One of the things that it could do is actually work in the reverse, in that you're reducing the maintenance costs of the actual parks by cutting down on the use of those water bottles, so that people expect to see, public drinking fountain, and thereby not bring, bottles and bottles, particularly water bottles, all into the parks. But it is something that the city's been very good about, I think, in terms of when people start up a community garden, or when they've adopted an island or something to that effect, they've been able to right away, basically set up a water tap for them. So I think it could potentially be done cheaply, but this is just, again, an idea of what that might cost. Thank you.
Councilor Laurie.
You just one, and I support the motion. If we are looking at infrastructure, we are looking at lines under the parks, not to change the motion at all, but at the same time, we talk about freezing the parks again for skating. That motion came in, so maybe at the same time, when some of the public parks we're targeting,
Right.
Get that estimate into at the same time.
And no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries. It being now after 10 o'clock, we have one more item to take up. If we could have a suspension of the rules.
So moved.
Councilor Kennedy, second by Councilor Leahy. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. And the last motion is under unanswered motions by Councilor Mercier. Request Mayor address Superintendent of Schools Gene Franco regarding lack of elementary students' knowledge of writing cursive. Councilor Mercier.
Thank you. The reason that I put this motion back on is because I thought it was an automatic given that when a counselor made a motion that pertained to the school committee, they referred it to the mayor, who brought it forth in the form of a motion. Evidently, I wasn't clear, because that was the intention of my motion, was to refer it to the mayor to bring over to the school side, which perhaps he thought I meant to pick up the phone and give the superintendent a call. So when I saw that it was not on the agenda Wednesday, I figured it would be an unresponsive motion. Now, you have to get your motions in before noontime on Friday, so by the time the packet came Friday evening, I could see that I got a response in my packet. So actually, in essence, I did get a response, but I was a little setback with the fact that it didn't go before the school committee, because I meant through this to the superintendent, but to the school committee as well. But the response that I got was rather lame, and I don't know if my colleagues got a response in their packet the way that I did, but it says, there was a paper that says, conventions and use of language continuum, grades K through 4, and it tells what each is required from K to 1 to 2. And when you get to the 3rd grade, evidently, from the 1st and 2nd, you learned how to write, evidently, because in the 3rd grade, it says, writes legibly by hand using either cursive or printing. So it's telling us that by the time you learned in the 1st and 2nd grade how to write, by the 3rd and 4th grade, you could either write legibly by printing or by cursive. It doesn't say you need to actually know both. It says you can write either or. It doesn't say both. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a lame excuse for a school system. Now, I don't blame the teachers, because they're probably told by curriculum in the 1st and 2nd grade, teach the kids how to write, but move on. And so the kids that are coming up probably didn't learn it as well as some others. Like anything else, if they're not taught it over and over, they probably forget. And the reason I'm concerned about it is people could probably say, oh, it's no big deal, because you don't need it anyway. Well, I beg to differ. I believe that you do need it. Education today is a perfect reflection of our modern lives. Internet, cell phone, text message, all in print form. Books, newspapers, all in print form. It's rare to find students who can actually write nowadays, and I'm not kidding, because I have letters from parents that are telling me this. And if I could just scan a little bit. I heard you on the radio Monday, and you talked about some girl couldn't read cursive writing. I'm very, very upset about that. I have a 10-year-old great-granddaughter who was in the 4th grade and couldn't read, and she had to have her mother help her. And I know a few other kids who can't read cursive writing also. This, to me, maybe because I went to a school that taught penmanship, but, and I know people are saying, why are you dwelling on this? I have another letter from another parent here, and I'm not going to give anybody's name. I'm writing to you in regards to my child, and says the name. My child came home from school yesterday and said that the teacher wrote in cursive and he didn't understand her writing. I was floored that he was never taught that in Lowell Public Schools. I was wondering if we can fix this problem. I can't believe that the United States, I think the official language is English, and yet we can print like a bugger, but we can't write our name? That to me is bizarre. I just can't fathom it. Well, there's probably no need, people tell me, but if you need an authorized signature, let's say to sign a check to give authorization to a credit card, etc. How do you suppose they do that if they can't write their name? You buy a house, you have to put a signature on that. You buy a car, you need a signature. If you work in the post office, I don't know. I didn't work in the post office, but Councilor Laurie every single week tends to remind us that he worked in the post office. So I'll ask you then, you must have to read cursive because not everybody prints an envelope. They write their name and they write the addresses out. You have to be able to read that.
That was my excuse for misdelivering mail. I couldn't understand it.
There you go. See what I mean?
No,
Even
it's
he
true,
can't.
though. No, you're right. You do have to learn really different handwritings, especially in a city like Lowell, where we have so many, we're so diverse and mail coming in from other countries. It's difficult. The machines, at least when I was there, couldn't read the handwriting, Christmas cards. That's something you had to do on your own.
Well, whatever happened to the basics, the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic? I guess it doesn't hold true anymore. So, I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr.
That's what I was going to ask, is what would you like as a remedy?
I would like you to bring my motion forward to the superintendent by way of a city council motion, and if you would like, I would be happy to speak on it. I would like to see it get delivered over there. Maybe I thought...
Well, I was going to ask, do you want to, obviously the superintendent replied. Do you want it to be addressed to the school committee or just the superintendent?
By way of the mayor to the school side, so that he could, it's like saying, bring this motion to the manager. He's the one we're bringing the motion to, but I'm bringing it here in front of everybody. And that's what I thought it was a given, that we always address something to the mayor to bring forward on the school side. I don't want just her to know. I want the school committee people to realize that they're responsible as well to make sure that our children can basically write their name. And I would be happy to speak on it if you would bring it forward this time.
Mayor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess as I read the motion, I think it might be a good example of why writing neatly isn't necessarily writing clearly, because I didn't understand that this was meant for me to bring it to the school committee, but to bring it to the superintendent of schools' attention, which I did, and which I responded to in this week's packet. I don't believe I've ever seen an unanswered motion put on the following week without having been given a chance to make a response. But I don't believe either that I, as an individual, am under any kind of obligation to take a motion that maybe necessarily I don't agree with to the school committee. I think that we can have a vote, if it's this general sense of the city council, to bring that to the school committee. But the response that I got from the superintendent is that in this conventions and use of language continuum, grades K through 4, what's being taught in the second grade is cursive writing. The end of second grade is being taught in the third grade as well. But you have all kinds of other challenges in the school system, and I think a lot of people recognize that, including people that are coming from a number of other countries and learning English for the first time. I think that more important than just being able to write in cursive is to be able to think critically, to think creatively. That's the purpose of the writing itself. It's just a vehicle through which you achieve all of that. I think that's where most of our focus should be on the school committee. And I did happen to notice that the letter that was sent to Councilor Mercia was typewritten. That's the age that we're in now. And when you have a number of those challenges out there, I think you can only have so many. There's 2 letters.
This is cursive for your information.
Thank you, Councilor Mercia. But there was a second letter, and that was typewritten. So it's becoming less and less common. I think that the point is that for people to be able to make reasoned arguments, that's what we ought to be shooting for people to be able to comprehend how to, add, subtract, multiply, divide, understand all kinds of arithmetic. I believe that's an A, but to be able to understand all of that, I think, is what the focus of the school committee could be. Now, if the council wishes to make a general recommendation to the school committee, then I'm fine with that, but I don't support the motion as written.
Councilor Leahy. Thank you. I just wanted to add, with the response that you're probably going to get from the motion is, unfortunately, it's kind of a lost art. We used to have penmanship, and penmanship has been replaced with just general writing. So I have no problem sending it over to get a report, but I agree with you that, it's a lost art now. They don't have the actual penmanship, and I've seen it with my own kids. As long as they print legibly, that's all they ask. And, we just don't ask them to do the cursive, because I've had the same things. I'm sure we've all been in the schools and we've read, and my wife yells at me because I'm writing thank yous out, and she says, they can't read cursive, so I have to print it. So I understand your frustration, and you understand the parents coming to you and asking that, but I think until the state requires penmanship again, it's the only way it's going to come back. Thank you.
Councilor Mercer.
I'd just like to respond to that through you to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, whether you agree with my motion or not, it is your obligation to act as a link between this body and the school committee. You are that link. Whether you agree with my motion or not, I asked you to do it, this council supported it, and I intended it to be that way, and it should be. Your duty, I would think, is to support unity, which I find very deceiving, and I don't see it. And that's one of your downfalls right there.
Mayor Murphy.
I'm not going to respond to all of that because I don't think I really need to. But I would repeat the fact that, as written, I don't believe I'm obligated any more than I would be obligated to take a motion that suggests that we use inkwells in the schools instead of ink cartridges. If I don't support the motion personally, I'm not obligated to bring that forward to the school committee. What I'm suggesting to the counselor is that if this issue is something that she wants addressed on the school committee floor, then maybe it should be put to a general vote that the city council supports this and that they would want to bring that to the school committee. But as it's currently written, I can't support it. Thank you.
Councilor Mercer.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, evidently you haven't been sitting in your seat long enough to know that this is protocol, and that when people make a motion and we refer it to the manager, then he does something about it. We refer it to the mayor. It is your obligation to take it over whether you agree with it or not. If you want to have a roll call of this council, then fine, and if it fails, I'll deliver it myself.
All right, I will ask, just honestly, from the chair now, reading the motion, it sounds like it was addressed. There was a response from the superintendent, which was addressed to. Now, Councilor Mercer, would you like to specifically request that it be, this be dealt by the school committee?
He just said he wouldn't have taken it over anyways because he didn't believe it. So why are you trying to twist this? He addressed it.
There was a response in our packet. I don't mean to debate this. I just trying to get this resolved. What are we going to
I
do?
want him to bring it over there because he represents this council, and that is one of his duties.
To bring it before the school
Bring it
committee?
before the school committee.
All right.
And address it to the superintendent.
Okay, so to have the school committee discuss and address this to the superintendent, motion by Councilor Mercer. Is there a second? Second by
Second.
Mr. Leahy, Councilor Leahy. All those, Councilor Kennedy. The original motion was request Mayor Murphy address my motion to Superintendent of Schools, Gene Franco, regarding the lack of elementary students' knowledge of writing cursive. And I guess what we're doing that is amending it to specifically say to bring it to the school committee for discussion and then referring to the superintendent.
Right. Well, he's the head of the school committee. Is he not the chair? Does he not attend school committee meetings? Well, that's what it is.
No further discussion?
Question.
All right, we have a couple of people. Councilor Elliott, on the amended motion.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion. I'm not sure what the big issue is, whether you support or you don't support. The mayor's elected from this body to serve as the chairperson of this body, and as well as the representative and chairperson of the school committee. So maybe Councilor Mercier's motion didn't specify exactly what the procedure was, but it's common knowledge that anything that comes out of this, a request, as long as I've been here, is just brought forward to the public meeting of the school department. The school committee. And I don't see what the harm in that is. I don't think it's the mayor's role to determine what he supports or if he doesn't support something, whether he's going to bring something forward or not bring something forward. Councilor Mercy's right. If we take a vote by this body and directs him to do something, it's his obligation to do it. You can't make a personal call whether he supports something or he doesn't support something, because he doesn't have that delegated authority. So I'm not sure what the harm in this is. Some people like cursive, some people don't. But that's what the motion was. And I'm not sure what the big issue is and why it just wasn't brought forward.
Councilor Murphy, Councilor Noon, and Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you. One last time, Mr. Chair. I don't see it as a big issue, and that's why I wouldn't waste my time with it in bringing it forward to the school department. The distinction is between whether the city council as a whole supports it or whether I personally support it. As it reads here, I personally my name would be attached to that. I wouldn't want that attached to this particular motion, which I think is actually a waste of time, which is what this, I think, entire discussion is. And that's why I wouldn't want to bring that to the school committee. But I would ask for, defer to the city solicitor and whether or not I'm actually obligated to bring this to the school department.
Madam Solicitor?
If I'm understanding what the conflict is, I don't believe there'd be any objection if what the motion specified is that the council of a whole is asking the mayor to then transmit to the school committee the contents of that motion. And I think the objection is that the way the motion is apparently worded currently, or as amended, is that it would be presented as if it is the mayor's motion himself. And I think that the objection here is the way it's currently worded. Now, typically, in terms of, I guess, what the council does, whether it's with the delegation or the Board of Parks or whatever it happens to be, is the council just acts as a whole. And that as a whole, that action is then transmitted by the clerk, or in this case, the mayor, to whatever body you are seeking to have action on. So in this particular case, if hypothetically the mayor didn't do it, I don't know what the remedy would likely be. But I think perhaps there's a solution in that if it was worded so that it's the council that is making this request as a whole, and not a particular individual of the council that apparently objects to the contents of the motion, that appears, if I'm understanding this correctly, to resolve it. And I don't know if that's agreeable.
Could I respond to that as the maker of the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Mercer.
Well, be that as it may, the response that you gave me, when I made the motion originally, Did the mayor not say, those in favor signify by saying aye, those opposed? We didn't have any objection, so I'm taking it that this whole council supported it. So it went over there by me, by way of support of my colleagues. So how can you interpret it the way that you're saying it?
No, I'm not, I agree with you. I'm not interpreting it any other way.
You're saying it's going over there by way of the mayor as if it were his motion. I don't agree with that.
What I'm saying is that when the council voted for this, which they did, and the way it was originally worded, it was apparently answered, because it originally was going to the superintendent, which is apparently what happened, and then we get a response back. That's not the extent of the issue, however. You want the school committee itself to address it, so the motion is being amended to address that. And what I was simply stating is that I think that if I understand what the mayor's saying, is that if there's a simple rewording, since the motion's being amended anyway.
Well, he could have stated he didn't support it, but he was bringing it over for me on behalf of the council that did support it. I would have thought it was a matter of courtesy. I guess there's no courtesy or respect in this room. I can see it all now. Absolutely. And I'll bring it over myself. Because there's no respect here.
Council Noon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought we get a response from the superintendent in our package, and this is respond. If not, is it not? So I don't know if we were to say, send it back again to the school committee. The school committee would then go to the superintendent, and we're going to get the same response. If not. Do we expect something more to it? What do we expect more to it? Or maybe we ought to have the superintendent here, if that's the case. But I think Councilor Mercier motion, and whether the mayor supported or not, I believe in some way, in some form, he brought it to the superintendent, and that's how we got the response. And I don't know, this is very crazy. We should discuss something better than this. Thank you, Mr.
Councilor Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, longtime school committeeman Clement McDonough used to say, nothing good ever happens after 10 o'clock. And I never understood that. But I'm getting it now. Anyways, this to me seems, I think it is probably good if everybody just kind of brings it down a couple of notches. If it was flipped, and if the school committee passed a motion requesting the city council to do something and asked the mayor to bring it to the city council, I would think that the mayor would do that. And when the mayor did that, the city council would not interpret it as necessarily being the mayor's motion. It would recognize, and if not, then the mayor would take pains to point out that it was not his motion and that it was being done just as a courtesy because the other body wished to send that over. Now, that being said, in this instance, as I understand it, what Councilor Mercier is asking for is just some information on why cursive isn't being taught in the schools or being taught well enough or whatever. And what Councilor Mercier would like would be for there to be a dialogue on that issue. And I see nothing the matter with that. And so I guess I don't understand why, just as a matter of courtesy, the mayor wouldn't bring it over to the school committee and just say, Councilor Mercier asked me this motion passed the city council 8-1, if I recall. Councilor Mercier asked that this be placed on the agenda. It's placed on the agenda. It's a courtesy thing. And it doesn't mean that the mayor's married to the issue or anything else. That way, the school committee can decide what they want to do. Maybe you're going to get the same response that you got from the superintendent. It's just, I guess it's the way that it was executed, the way that it was handled. And it maybe could have been handled a little bit a little bit differently. And so, and that's all. And so, you know, I'm willing to support the motion. I'm not sure that it's gonna go anywhere. And, you know, maybe the mayor is absolutely correct in trying to short stop it and just say, this is going nowhere, I'm not gonna even be involved. But there's no harm in extending this courtesy to Councilor Mercy, particularly when the matter did pass on a motion by the city council on an 8-1 vote.
Councilor Lowry.
Thank you very much. And basically echo what Councilor Kennedy says. I just want to add, I feel strongly in support of Councilor Mercier's motion. I just stepped back. There's 2 UMass Lowell students here who will interview me after the meeting tonight on local government and how the proceedings go. And one of the students just said to me, I learned cursive in school. And I just want to add, if the school department comes back, as Councilor Leahy says, you know, it's a state regulation, I would hope and I would support Councilor Mercier if she puts in a motion down the line to ask the delegation to bring it forward down at the State House. I feel that strongly as supporting Councilor Mercier.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Any opposed say nay.
Could I
Nay.
just-
Carried.
Could I just say one comment before we leave? I think it's very important that our students learn personal finances. It wasn't required. Our State House delegation had to go to Boston and make a ruling to support our students knowing how to balance a checkbook, how to do their finances, because it wasn't allowed in school. It wasn't deemed that necessary. I think it's very necessary, and it took state legislation to pass it. How sad is this when that takes place? That's why I'm going this route, because that'll be the next thing that we have to do, to get basic, everyday, down-to-earth, basic skills for our students, and we have to go to the legislature to make that happen. Why? Because it isn't on the MCAS scores. You don't have to do it. All they do is teach you so you can pass a test. They don't care if you can balance a checkbook or add or know what time it is on a round clock compared to digital, and that's why this society is getting so lazy, and that's why I'm fighting like I am. Maybe it's a waste of time to some, but it isn't a waste of time to me. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn by Council.
But just a point of personal, this Thursday night at 6 o'clock, we're going to be meeting, there's a group in Lowell and Centerville who were put in a floodplain, who was